from the high desert in the great American Southwest. I bid you all good evening or good morning, as the case may be, across all these vast time zones. Boy, there are a lot of time zones, from the Hawaiian and Tahitian Islands out west, eastward to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, born in St. Thomas, south all the way into South America, north to the pole, and worldwide on the Internet. This is Coast to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell. Great to be here. All right, now, Malachi Martin, eminent theologian, expert on the Roman Catholic Church, former Jesuit, professor at the Vatican's Pontifical Biblical Institute, is the author of such widely acclaimed national bestsellers as The Final Conclave, Vatican, The Jesuits, The Keys of This Blood. The most recent of his books, actually, that's not quite true. Long acknowledged as the premier authority on the subject of possession and exorcism, Malachi Martin is justly celebrated as a, quote, writer of fiery brilliance, end quote. That was the Detroit News, whose, quote, work catches the light like rare Waterford crystal, Baltimore Evening Sun. Malachi Martin is a familiar figure to millions of you who welcome and speak with him often during his frequent and outspoken radio and television appearances. That's putting it mildly. I'm holding in my hand his book, Hostage to the Devil. It documents the possession and exorcism of 5 Americans. I believe his latest book is actually Windswept House, or maybe not, but I know it is just now coming out in paperback. Father Martin, welcome to the program.
Good morning, Art, and thank you very much for having me. It's a real pleasure.
It's great to have you here, sir. We don't do it frequently enough. Is that correct? Is Windswept House the most recent of your books?
Yes, it is. It's just, as you say, it's just coming out in paperback.
Okay.
And it is my most recent, yes.
All right. Windswept House, I have not had an opportunity to read yet.
Mm-hmm.
But it's my understanding that it's kind of a, how would you describe it, as sort of a expose of the Vatican?
Yes, of the condition of the prelacy, the governors, the cardinals and bishops that govern this vast 1 billion plus member church, the Roman Catholic and Apostolic Church. It is a study of the condition of that organization as a world organization for spreading its gospel, its faith.
Is there a way that you can sort of give us a nutshell version of what you consider to be the condition of the church today?
Yes, there is. And let nobody sort of cavil at it in the difficult sense or the painful sense of the word, but listen to it because it seems to correspond with reality. And after all, in the matter of faith and religion, it is a matter of attaining what is there, the real. It is this, that the book really says, look, as far as organization goes, as an institution and an organization, the vast Roman Catholic Church is on the down slope. It is losing steadily and heavily, and over 2/3 of its members, that's 2/3 of 1 billion people, are being led into a form of belief which is irreconcilable with the traditional essence and outlook and belief of the Roman Catholic Church as it has been for almost 2 millennia.
In what way?
For over 30 years, the majority of the governors, the directors, the managers of this organization have been feeding a form of belief which is not Catholic, which has made compromises on basic doctrines and which therefore have led this faithful astray their beliefs.
Well, I'm not a Catholic. Can you give me an example?
Example is, for instance, the purpose of marriage.
The purpose of marriage?
Purpose of marriage, yeah. The traditional purpose of marriage, according to the Catholic Church, and up to about 1958, 1960, was the procreation of children. I know it sounds harsh, right? But that was the doctrine and teaching of the Church. Incidentally, there was the fact that married people console each other, communicate with each other in a very special way by marital relations.
Correct.
But since then, the common teaching is that marriage has two purposes. First of all, the celebration of the love of the parents. And then secondarily, the procreation of children. That's not Roman Catholic.
It should be the other way around.
The other way around, of course. That was the tradition. If you want to depart from that, say so, but that's what Catholic doctrine is. Then you take human liberty. Catholic Church and Christians in general never, in the past, said that you had a right to be wrong in religion, in religious matters.
So a sort of a big tent approach to religion.
That's right. The new teaching, its new persuasion, although it's never been the official teaching of the Church, it's just that it is a wave of opinion that has been adopted by a majority, is that you have a right to be wrong in religious matters.
Mm-hmm.
And that is against the nature of the Church. And then the chief one, the chiefest, if I could put it like that, difference is this, that originally, up to 1965, the Pope was considered to be the head of the Church in the sense that he had absolute power, which he shared with nobody in religious matters.
Mm-hmm.
Not in secular matters, but in religious matters.
Infallible in religious
Infallible,
matters.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he alone could dictate in religious matters under certain fixed conditions. He could determine what people should do and believe in religious matters.
Mm-hmm.
That has been changed to saying that he and all the bishops, 4,500 of them, share the absolute power. Together. They're all colleagues. He is first among equals.
Mm.
And this destroys this traditional absolute power of the papacy as the vicar of Christ and as the source of infallible teaching.
So in essence, it seemingly democratizes the Church.
That's right. That's right. And then there are applications all over the place. And the fruit of it all is the tearing to shreds of traditional belief, whether it's the Blessed Sacrament, that is the presence of Christ in the sacrament of the Eucharist, as they call it. Catholics believe, strictly speaking, that here we have the body and the blood and the divinity of Jesus on earth with us by means of a sacrament. The new belief is not like that. It holds that somehow or other we have another type of presence, which is not sacramental. So you go on down the line and you find that a good deal of this 1 billion plus members have been led quietly, unprotestingly, unknowingly into another form of belief which is not Catholic. And now it has come to the point that, students of religion and professors, demographers, religious demographers, those who study large religions like Buddhism, Hinduism, Confucianism, Catholicism, Judaism, Islam, they will say, and it's true, that at any given moment, apart from crises, in any major religion, about 25 to 30% are fully practicing. Mm-hmm. The others tool along. In moments of crisis and war, etc., they come back to the fold. Well, in the Catholic Church today, if you take Europe, ancient Catholic Europe, the average is 5% who even think of going to Mass once a year, or going to confession once a year, or praying regularly.
Well, there are those, Father, who would argue that it is because the Church has not become progressive.
That's right. That's right.
That these numbers are down, that people are rejecting.
That's right.
What has been true.
They would argue that. But you see, what modernization and being progressive has come down to the adulteration and the dilution of these basic dogmas. And that's why the attendance is bad, the practice of faith is bad, and on all the chief moral points on which Catholics were adamantly fixed, like marriage without divorce, contraception, against abortion, against sterilization, against homosexuality. All those points are moot at the present moment in the majority of so-called Catholic lands.
How inside the church did this occur politically?
This occurred politically because for 3 years, between 1962 and 1965, before the majority of people who are listening probably were born, a meeting took place in Rome called the Second Vatican Council. And the people who emerged as the controllers of the discussions, it was attended by all the bishops of the church at that time, and that was roughly 2,800 bishops. The people who controlled their discussions set out to do precisely that. And they were cardinals and bishops and officials. They had these ideas. They had had them for a long time. And by parliamentary stratagems and by very careful assembling of coalitions of votes, they got these doctrines, these new outlooks, voted in as official dogmas and teachings of the Roman Catholic Church. And we had a pope then for Paul VI, who in his weakness went along with them. And that's what happened. And you see, remember this, that Catholics were taught to obey what they were told.
Right.
And suddenly their bishops turn around and say, now you will do this, now you will hold this, now you will believe in this way. And the majority said, all right. Unthinkingly. Besides, the doctrines, the newly formulated doctrines were far easier to observe than the old ones.
There must have been a significant war in the Vatican over all of this.
It was a war to the death. It was a real internecine war between the prelates, between the bishops and the theologians. But the traditionalists, the conservatives, were far less skillful in parliamentary behavior as regards arranging votes and changing men's minds. They were far cleverer than the traditionalists were, so that the conservatives and traditionalists lost out and found themselves completely outmanned and outmaneuvered. And as I say, above all, they had a pope at that time, Pope Paul VI, whom I knew, whom we all knew and liked, who was extremely volatile and was inclined to go along with anything that helped modernize the church, and who made a famous speech in 1965 at the end of this long, vast 3-year meeting, saying that the purpose of the church was to join man in building the human habitat and creating man's paradise on earth. And that art was the first time in its 2 millennia history that the Roman Catholic Church said, look, I am at your service completely to build up a material civilization. That was the death knell of the old organization, which now is agonizing.
Well, you mentioned the severe decline in attendance.
Yes.
Many years have gone under the bridge since this liberalization. If the intent was to bring the flock back, then have we not come far enough to declare it a failure?
Yes, but there is in question here a very, very subtle but real reality, if I speak like that. It is called faith, religious faith. And Catholic doctrine is very, very exact in its teaching about religious faith. It says that if you tamper with your faith, If you, by one compromise or another, you diminish its teaching and are unfaithful to its precepts, you lose it. Now, faith is not a quantum. It's not something sort of you put in a box. It's a dimension of the soul affecting your mind and your will and your memory, and therefore your sensuality, your entire being. If you diminish it to such a point that you compromise its basics, it slowly is dissipated. You can lose your faith. And once you lose it, you don't know you have lost it. You do think the other fellow who is stuck to his faith is a fool, observing things that he needn't observe. But what has happened to you, not you, Art, but what has happened to one, is that one's faith has been diminished to the point of no return. And therefore you don't know you're wrong. In other words, the old principle, if you lose your faith, you don't know you've lost it.
Mm-hmm.
And once you've lost it, there is no guarantee you will ever get it back. No guarantee you will ever realize that once upon a time you did believe in certain truths mordantly and fixedly, and once it's gone, well, now the faith of millions has been affected in basic things like the presence of our Lord Jesus Christ in the sacrament, like the absolute position of the Pope as the only infallible teacher under certain fixed conditions, the nature of marriage, the purpose of man, human liberty. It embraces the entire gamut.
Well, then one must ask, has the Vatican made an irreversible mistake? That's what you seem to be saying.
Yes. The Vatican has made an irreversible mistake as regards the structure of the Church and as regards the way doctrines should be taught. But when we say Vatican, though, you see, Vatican is, we must understand what Vatican is. It is materially, it's a golf-sized area on the bank of the river Tiber in Italy.
Yes.
And there resides the Pope and his officials, about 4,000 or 5,000 of them. That's the Vatican, strictly speaking, and it's in Rome. It's a part of Rome, the capital of Italy. The Vatican, religiously, is this collection of officials and bureaucrats technically speaking, under the direction of the Pope. Now, but what has happened is that power has been transferred from that bureaucracy and that papal organization to the bishops themselves. They make decisions which the Vatican doesn't like, but it has no longer any power to change.
All right, Father, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. When we get back, we're going to ask about a specific name. Names. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. All right, here we go. And I really want to thank the person that transcribed this for me. The following is a transcription of what is possibly the third secret in Fatima, as read by Art Bell over the air on Coast to Coast AM on 5/14/98 at 34 minutes and 48 seconds into the program. And I began it with this preamble. All right, I in no way warrant the following as being authentic. I have no way of knowing. All I can tell you is it feels real. It is alleged to be the third secret of Fatima. You decide for yourself. Here we go. A great plague will befall mankind. Nowhere in the world will there be order. Satan will rule the highest places, determining the way of things. He will succeed in seducing the spirits of the great scientists who invent arms with which it will be possible to destroy a large part of humanity in a few minutes. Satan will have his power. The powerful who command the people and who will incite them to produce enormous quantities of arms. God will punish man more thoroughly than with the flood. There will come the time of all times and the end of all ends. The great and powerful will perish together with the small and weak. Even for the church, it will be the time of its greatest trial. Cardinals will oppose cardinals, Bishops will oppose bishops. Satan will walk among them. And in Rome, there will be changes. The church will be darkened, and the world will be shaking with terror. One great war will erupt in the second half of the 20th century. Fire and smoke will fall from the sky. The waters of the oceans will change into steam, and the steam will rise and overflow everything. The waters of the ocean will become mist. Millions and millions of people will die from hour to hour. Whoever remains alive will envy the dead. Everywhere one turns one's glance, there is going to be anguish and misery, ruins in every country. The time draws nearer. The abyss widens without hope, the good to perish with the bad, the great with the small, the princes of the church with the faithful, the rulers with their people. There will be death everywhere because of the errors committed by non-believers and crazy followers of Satan, which will then, and only then, take control over the world. At the last, those who survive will at every chance newly proclaim God and His glory, and they will serve Him as when the world was not so perverted. That's it. Father Martin?
Yes, Art.
Any comments on that?
I've listened to that. And I suppose the measured response I should give to it is this, in two parts, really, two statements. It is not the text which was given to me to read
Okay.
in 1960. There are elements in it which belong in the text.
So, in other words,
Yeah.
I'm trying to step as carefully as I can. In other words, you're suggesting this is not precisely what you had, but there are elements of what you just heard.
Yes, there are elements which do belong in the third secret. That's about the most measured response I could give to it.
Okay, that's fine, and I will not ask you to say more, but bearing in mind what I just read,
yes,
would you consider the third secret to be as traumatic as is suggested in what I read, or more so?
More so.
More so?
More so, yeah. Much more so. The without, again, I'm stepping very carefully.
Yes, sir.
The central element in the third secret is awful, and it's not in that.
It's not in that. It's not in the.
No, it's not. Thank God.
Now, I guess I would ask this. I understand that you have taken an oath.
That's right.
But have you considered that the shock that is required to turn things around may be this very serious, and that it may be that it should be revealed?
To your last sentence, my full assent. It should be revealed. But here's my difficulty, Art. I'm one small little man.
Mm-hmm.
I have no public authority to do that. I do not know if that would be the will of God. And since it would have such dire effects on much more than Christians, on many others, I can't make that decision. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes.
I can't make that decision. I have no assurance that that's God's will. And since this is a question of His supreme will as regards the world, the human race, its existence and its continuance and its future, I I have no authority.
Father, in what manner were you shown the third secret?
Because the cardinal who showed it to me had been present at a meeting held by Pope John XXIII in that year, 1960, to outline to a certain number of cardinals and prelates what he thought should be done with the secret. John the 23rd, Pope John the 23rd, then Pope in 1960, did not think that he should publish the secret. It would ruin his, at that time, ongoing negotiations with Nikita Khrushchev, the boss of all the Russias. And he also had a different outlook on life, which in 2 years later, opening the Vatican Council, he echoed very succinctly and almost contemptuously in the middle of his speech on October 11, 1962, in St. Peter's, to the assembled bishops who had come for the Vatican Council and the visitors. The place was crowded, a huge basilica. He derided contemptuously the people he called prophets of doom. And there was no doubt in any of our minds he was talking about the 3 prophets of Fatima. He was against that.
There are those within the Church who minimize what is contained in the third secret.
Absolutely.
And then there are others who don't minimize it at all.
They exaggerate.
They exaggerate.
Yes, they do.
So without minimizing or without exaggerating, you're telling me that what's in the third secret is more horrible than what I just read. Which
yes, Art, it is. Because what you have just read, essentially, it is the onslaught of natural powers. Sure, Satan is walking, etc., like that, amongst men, and blah, 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 patati, patata. But essentially it is as if nature revolted against the human race. That's essentially what, through all these terrible catastrophes and chastisements. And that's not the essence of the third secret, and not the frightening one.
Oof.
Yeah. It does beggar the imagination.
Well, again, in a sense, it would be such a shock that I understand that you have grave reservations about it. But if it would in effect right the Church.
Yeah. If it would, but you know, Art, I have no guarantee. I have no authority. They would say, yes, the net result will be plus rather than minus. I have no authority. I have no revelation. No angel has tapped me on the shoulder. I've had no private divine dream like St. Joseph or Joseph in the Old Testament had. I have no authority. And I cannot arrogate to myself that authority, because I may be putting my foot in my mouth, put it in a mild fashion. I may be going ahead of the Lord, and we're supposed to walk, in the words of one Roman saint, 5 yards behind the Holy Ghost, the Holy Spirit. And besides that, Art, there's the question of shock, of scandal, of frightening people and polarizing my human society, to which I belong, and to which I'm happy to belong, because God made me to belong to it as a member of the human race. And I cannot do that. Not just like that. I just can't. I wish I could, because in human calculation, yes, this will shock. This will jerk people out. This will fill the confessionals on a Saturday evening. This will fill up the cathedrals and the basilicas and the churches with worshippers kneeling down, striking their breasts. Maybe, because at the back of it all, there's this regnant, reigning, as it were, Catholic truth. that nothing like that can happen unless God gives the grace, and I have no authority to presume that he will give me the grace, give the grace on the occasion of my doing anything like that.
With what, how much weight, Father, do you give to the entire Fatima revelations?
I consider it to be the key event in the declining fortune of the Roman Catholic organization and the defining event for the near future of the Church in the next millennium, the third millennium. It's the defining event, and that is why strong men. See, Art, when we speak about strong men, the amazing thing about the statecraft people who practice the craft of state, like Casaroli, who's just died, or Pope John Paul II, is what people always remark say about great figures in history like Napoleon, like Hitler, like Stalin. They had a will of indestructible power, and they could oppose the united wills of millions and make their point of view stick to a certain degree anyway until they fell, until they became a cropper, as we say in England. Similarly, in Rome, there are men with strong wills. They're in statecraft all their lives. They are engaged in macro government, not merely of religion, but in state. They're up there amongst the greats. And they will not touch this with a barge pole.
In what way does the Church have a role in what many see coming as a one-world government, a one-world control point?
There are two responses to that, very brief responses. One is the response already chosen by the leaders, by the managers, by the prelates, by the papacy at the end of this millennium. And then there is what one sometimes thinks will be God's response. The response at the present moment is this, beginning with John the 23rd, Pope John the 23rd, and then with Paul VI, and now with John Paul II. The response is, let us cooperate. Let us join, as Paul VI said in his famous speech in December 1965, let us cooperate with man to build his habitat. And John Paul II is an ardent supporter of the tendency to one world government. For geopolitical reasons, he wants to bring in his brand of Christianity, of course, and Catholicism, but he certainly is in favor of it. And there's no, when he addressed the United Nations in his last big letter to them, his salute was this: I, John, Bishop of Rome, and a member of humanity. Now, this was no longer what, say, Pius IX or Pius X. Pius X would have said at the beginning of this century that I am the vicar of Jesus Christ. If you do not listen to my voice, then you are going to be damned forever. And we will not participate in any government behavior, in any government plans which do not recognize the kingship of Christ. That is completely absent. There now is the policy of cooperation with the formation of the European Union, with the cooperation with the United Nations, and the Vatican and the Church has entered the list in the struggle amongst the Assembly and the General Assembly of the United Nations, and in the non-governmental organizations, what we call the ECOSOC NGO organizations.
So it's well underway. Well underway.
That is the response. And remember, the Vatican has, on Vatican Hill, it has about, the figure varies somewhere, but it's over 140 ambassadors from the nations. It is an integral part, and has built itself into it over the centuries, of our international life, and it has its own ambassadors and representatives in over 90 countries, including Russia, including Israel. And it has its representative in Beijing, not quite a diplomatic status yet, but they will get to that.
All right, Father Martin, again, referring to what I read, which you said had partial
echoes.
Relevance.
Yes, relevance, yes.
Would you imagine that the person who wrote this had been privy in some way to the original text?
Yes,
yes,
certainly.
Oh,
at least by word of mouth, if not by
I understand.
Reading. Yeah.
All right, Father, hold on. Well, if that's the case, and you would like a copy of this, or you would like to read it, it is now on the website. Thank you, Keith Rowland, at www.artbell.com. What, at least in part, is relevant to the third secret of Fatima. It's on the website right now. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. Your phone call is coming next. All right, I'll say for my own edification that if anybody else has what they consider to be a valid copy of the third secret of Fatima, why, by all means, send it to me. And I am curious about just one thing, Father.
Yes.
If I actually got a copy of the precise text,
yes,
and I were to read it and ask you if that was, in fact, correct,
I would have to say yes, if it were.
I see.
I couldn't tell you a lie. If I wanted to sort of cavil, I could say I can't answer.
And I'd be able
which in itself would be an admission.
It certainly would. All right, very good. Then I'm going to leave it at that and hope that somebody will send me the text and we'll try it out on you. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Hello.
Yes, Father.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in Atlanta, Georgia.
Atlanta, all right.
I wanted to comment on the third secret.
Yes.
I'm doing a little bit of speculating here,
yes.
but I converted to Christianity a couple of years ago. But what I came out of was a very difficult religion, being the exact antithesis of Christianity. And when I was in that religion, I heard many, many things. One of the things that I heard that I feel strongly relates to this is with regard to that third secret, which has to do with this European system that is coming to pass now. And something that I heard was that there was going to be an unholy trinity that would basically mock the Holy Trinity coming out of that European system, and basically a super dictator coming out of Germany who would be the beast, and the man of sin coming from France, and basically the Antichrist coming from the seat of the Vatican. I'm very terrified about this. Obviously, my voice is trembling.
Well, don't be, sir. Don't be afraid.
But it's what I've heard and what I feel.
I know. Do not be afraid, because your fear does not come from God, and your fear is a weapon used by your mortal enemy, the devil, Satan, Lucifer, however you want to call it, and do not let it dominate you in the slightest way, but take refuge and hide in the wounds and the passion and the life and resurrection of Jesus, and he will dispel your fears. Fear is just a weapon used against you to unbalance your soul. Don't let it dominate you. Please, do not let it dominate you. I will pray for you. And you did come out of a Luciferian form of religion, and your soul hasn't been destroyed.
I was very lucky that, unfortunately, there are some people that were left behind that I lived with.
I know, but, you know, it's every man for himself when it comes down to this.
True, I suppose.
Try to do your best. Pray for them, because unless they get grace from Christ, they won't be changed. But do not fear.
All right, caller?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just, it's just this you know, the mass media blitz you keep hearing about, you know, the coming of Armageddon and all this pre-millennium tension, and a lot of it, you know, well, it's been what I've been through in my life. I've had a very unusual life and a very spiritual life, which has been very difficult for me to come to terms with. And there's been so much religion in my life ever since I was a very, very young child. And I've been exposed to so many forms of religion. And it's just, I mean, the things I could tell you that happened in my life and the things that I've seen, you know.
Yes, Father,
level.
let's ask this. Father
Yes.
Martin, he mentioned there is so much premillennial tension, and there is.
There sure is.
There's a great deal of it. Is it justified?
To a certain degree, no, it's not justified. But then there's the justification arises from this art that I think, if you have done the reflection necessary, there are such huge questions being decided beyond our will. You understand me? Beyond our
I do.
capacity of to touch them. For instance, I am a citizen. I vote. You're a citizen. You vote. But we know, you and I, that by the time our vote, which we faithfully record each time there's an election, local, state, or federal, or presidential, that by the time it reaches those who make the laws which govern us, it is much diluted because of our political system. And we know that decisions are made and not at the will of the American people, for instance, or the will of the Canadian people, but at the will of people who govern the flow of capital and capital goods throughout the world each day, on which our world now depends. And that is such a hazardous situation, as we've all learned watching the Asian tigers crumble into puppies, and the biggest Asian tiger, Japan, faltering when 5 years ago it was threatening our economy. Remember that time? And now it's not. And we have this precarious balance of the European Union. Britain is in and it's not in. Germany is the great power, but it isn't. France, by the way, France is the most economically sound member of Europe. France. And not because they won the soccer victory. But somebody said France didn't win. Brazil just lost.
Well, as a matter of fact, it's interesting you should mention all this. Number one, I just got back from Paris. I was there during World Cup.
Oh, you were?
I saw the Brazilian loss.
Yes. Oh, it was a loss. I mean, it is tear-breaking.
It was an amazing game, and I guess Brazil just didn't come to play.
No, it just didn't. It wasn't up to par.
Something happened to me in Paris that I would like to ask you about, Father.
What is that?
I have had, over the years, many, many guests on what is called an out-of-body experience, where people think that their soul or their being actually leaves their body.
Yeah.
I have heard many descriptions of how this occurs, that frequently there is a feeling of being paralyzed and a large humming sound, and then people will find themselves outside their body.
Right.
I was lying in a hotel room in Paris, and something happened to me, Father. There was no humming, there was no feeling of being paralyzed, but never in my life have I experienced this, and I have a hard time finding words to describe, but I'll do the best I can.
Please.
Suddenly, I, without question, accelerated at an indescribable speed, straight up, into a place that didn't have form and didn't have things that I saw, but it had indescribable joy. It had the most satisfying, incredible feeling I've ever felt. It was very short. I was very shocked, very surprised by it.
It was brief,
and I came
sharp.
I came right back that fast, and I woke up my poor wife, and sat there saying, "Hon, I don't know, this was, I've had in my life flying dreams before, and when I wake up, I recognize that I have been dreaming.
Yeah.
I did not dream. This is something that happened to me."
No, that was an out-of-body experience in the technical sense of the word. Not that you left your body, But it does happen. It's very interesting. Sometime you must scribble on a bit of paper the name of the place you were sleeping in and what part of Paris.
I didn't want to. It was so amazing and so startling and so overwhelming that I wanted to have it again right away. I didn't want to.
I know, lose it. But you can't. You can't recall it. You can't call it back. You can't make it re-happen all over again.
No.
If it's genuine and it didn't, and you weren't able to recall it. I must tell you, Art, if that does happen to you, it's a privilege. And because it is joy-making and exhilaration-making and ultimately peace-making and confidence-making, it is from God.
Remarkable. That's remarkable.
It's very hard to explain it. And by the way, you don't try to recall it, and you don't try to explain it. You do express your thanks in your particular way.
That's right.
In your own way, you must express your thanks. And it will come unbidden and go away at its own pace. It is sudden. It is intuitive. It does belong. It transcends. It's beyond your senses. And quite rightly, it had those marks. There was no paralysis. There was no...
none of that. None of that.
No physical sounds like humming or...
No.
No, that's not that. No.
None of that.
That's the marks of... you see, there's a general principle, who might have explained that to an old master like you, there's a general principle that the discernment of spirits, as they call it, if an experience such as this brings peace, brings joy, brings exhilaration, doesn't breed in you arrogance and pride, but gratitude, great gratitude.
I'm old. I'm not a master.
Well, but when it does, that's from God. All good things come from above, come from God, and that you can treasure it. And by the way, if you want to, there will be a memory of that forever within you. Don't try and remember it. It will come back of its own accord to remind you. Whether it's repeated or not is something else. Anyway.
All right. Bouncing back for a second to the third secret. Here's a fax from Bob in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. It's kind of rough. It says, Art, why would God give this prophecy, referring, of course, to the third secret, to a select few and instruct them not to give it to his people? It sounds to me that it is man who has decided to keep it a secret from the people and not God. Can there be any greater sin than this?
Well, whoever this man is, he's on target. The secret was meant for the people, not for the Pope, not for the bishops, not for the Holy Office. It was meant to be published in 1960 by explicit order, by the mandate of heaven. John the 23rd, God bless him and rest him, because he's with God now, in whatever form that is, he decided not to. He had his own reasons. We think, with all due respect and veneration, etc., 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 that he made a very bad mistake. And indeed, what probably your correspondent from Wisconsin doesn't realize, or perhaps he does, let me remind him, that in 1963, there was a second appearance, this time in Spain, in Garabandal. And the opening words of that revelation were, because my sons have not listened to my orders, my mandate, here's what's going to happen. And the message was very dire. Repetition of the third secret in brief form. So, it wasn't the will of God. The will of God has been frustrated. But you see, let me remind you, and that the particular man, that the will of God is frustrated continuously. And that doesn't mean it wasn't his will, and his will not work out finally. So, it's a pity. And eventually the secret will be revealed and will work its way out. But this time painfully. painfully.
All right, Father. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. It's an honor. Father, I visited your website, and I left a message a while back. I don't know. You're probably very busy.
No, I take all my messages, I download them all, and go over them.
I guess I related to you that ever since I was young, I had a sort of I wouldn't say premonition. I don't think it was that sophisticated. It was more subtle. That everything, it seems to be without purpose. Now, I guess what I'm trying to ask now is I'm 37 years old.
Yes.
I don't have the same love of life that my friends have.
Yes.
I seem to have in the back of my mind the sense that, well, it's all pretty much for nothing. Now, it isn't depression per se, but it is a sort of I thought of an intuitive thing that, well, maybe everybody's putting a little more into this thing and they'll never be able to take out.
That it's worth. Yes.
Yeah. And I thought to myself, has this to do perhaps with a premonition or some sort of sense of what may be coming? In this case, we mentioned the third secret of Fatima. I'm 37 years old. Let me ask then, by the time I'm 45, will I see these terrible things, if they are, however terrible they may be?
If I were to sort of abandon any strict control and give you what I think, and that's what you're asking.
Mm-hmm.
I think, since you're 37, by the time you are 45, you will have seen the worst.
My God.
Now, but add this into factor this following thing in. You have an angel, a guardian angel. You also have a birthday angel. The latter was assigned to you on your birthday. The guardian angel was assigned to you when you were just a little zygote clinging to the endometrial wall of your mother's womb.
Mm.
They accompany you. Some people, they start talking to them very early on.
Mm-hmm.
Other people, they don't. It all depends on the angel, and it depends on oneself. I would classify this as belonging to your angel's messages, molding you, and it may be that you will be God will demand something special of you, since He's given you something special. I do not know, sir. I don't know you. I probably will never talk.
Sir, we've got to hold it there, I'm afraid.
Okay.
I very much appreciate your call. Father Martin, hold on just a moment,
sure.
And we will be right back. This is Coast to Coast AM. Don't touch that dial.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
Well, all right. What I'm going to do is read just the preamble to this and see if the good Father finds identification with this. It says, "Do not worry, dear child. It is I, the Mother of God, speaking to you and asking you to proclaim in my name the following message to the whole world. In doing so, you will meet strong opposition. Be firm in your faith, however, and you will triumph over all opposition. Listen and remember well what I am about to tell you. Men must become converted. They must implore pardon for the sins that they have committed, and for those they will commit again in the future. You have requested a sign by which all men would understand my utterances given to humanity through you. This miracle you have seen at this very moment. It was the great miracle of the sun. All have seen it, believers and unbelievers, peasants, townsmen, scholars and journalists, laymen and priests. And now proclaim in my name." And what follows is the secret. Does that, Father, sound familiar?
There is no preamble.
Well, I'm not sure preamble was the right...
Yeah, or there is no introductory statement in the actual secret, actual text of the secret itself.
So you don't recognize what I just read?
Not as a part of that one sheet of paper. No, but it may well be that what follows
Well, then let me give you just a little bit of what follows. A great punishment will come over the entire human race. Not yet today, nor tomorrow, but in the second half of the 20th century. What I have already made known at La Salette,
yeah.
by the children Melanie and Maximin, I believe it is.
Giroux.
I repeat to you, humanity has not changed as God requested it to. It has sinned and trampled underfoot the gift it had received. There is no order anywhere. Satan rules, even in the highest positions, and determines the direction of things. He will succeed in worming his way even unto the highest summits of the church. He will succeed in seducing the minds of great scholars who will invent armaments with which half of humanity can be destroyed in seconds. He will have the mighty among the peoples under his sway and will induce them to turn out mass production of arms. If humanity does not amend itself, I will be forced to let go the arm of my son. If the mighty of the earth and of the church do not oppose this, I myself will do it, and I will ask God, my Father, to allow to come over men the punishment of his justice. It will then be that God will punish men more harshly than he did with the flood, and the mighty and the powerful shall perish along with the humble and weak. And it goes on from there.
Yeah. No, it's not the text. It's not specific enough. The text is very dry and specific, and but all that is there is very accurate as regards the general Fatima interpretation of modern history, but it's not the text of the third secret that I know.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Hi.
Hi.
Where are you, sir?
This is Bob from Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania.
Hi, Bob.
Hi. Listen, first of all, I want to thank Father Malachi Martin for appearing on his show again.
Well, thank God, Bill, for that, Bob.
Yeah, I really.
He's the creator.
Yeah, there are a lot of people I know that are out there that do appreciate you, even though there might be maybe a lot that don't, but I'm one of the ones that really do, and I've been up all night listening to the show. It's been great.
Right.
Anyway, what is your website, first of all? Because I want to maybe email you something.
Website, hold on a moment.
Well, listen, caller, if you're used to going to my website, all you've got to do is go up to the guest area and click on Father Martin's name. You'll go right over there.
That's
okay,
right.
then. All right. Well, Father Martin, I have like a ton of questions I can ask you, but I got to be pretty selective here.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Let's see. All right. Did you ever maybe make mention anywhere of a warning that's supposed to be given to mankind that came out of Garabandal? That
yes.
You just
mentioned? There is going to be, but it's not a warning, Bob.
No.
We have no word in English. It's avertissement. In French, it's avertimiento. In Spanish, it means a putting on notice.
Mm-hmm.
Like the sheriff putting up a notice on your front door saying, you haven't paid your rent for 3 months. If you don't pay it by the following month, you will be blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
That's sort of it's a putting on notice.
Just putting on a note. I don't understand. You know what? I did have something very similar to that last caller that was 37 years old that mentioned about that feeling. Is that could you maybe give a little more emphasis or describe that more? What it could be?
Well, it's you see, for one reason or another, certain people have a greater perception of what their angel tells them.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know why. We don't know why.
Yeah,
we do not know why. But that is in that nature. It's
Yeah.
always comforting, but it's always admonishing in a gentle sense of the word.
Yeah, because it seems like I lost a lot of the zest for things in the world, and it's like I'm being pointed out of the world into another direction. And I've had weird things happen to me back from 1990 on. And
have you got a spiritual director, Bob?
No.
I know that. By the way, it's a very rare animal nowadays. But find a good spiritual director; they do exist.
You know, how about you?
At a certain point, Bob, just to finish it off, at a certain point,
Yes.
you just go round in circles unless you have a spiritual guide.
Yes. Okay, can I just ask you one quick question?
Go ahead.
All right. Is it within the church's laws? Like, is it possible to have maybe one of your relatives who died and who's maybe now a saint in heaven come to you and tell you something in the manner of a dream, but very
Oh yes, quite feasible, quite feasibly. You must be very careful with your imagination, of course. You must be, not to be deceived, and then you need a spiritual guide for judging those things.
But it is feasible.
Oh yes, quite feasible.
All right.
Because the principle is this, that your flesh and blood, above all your own bone, flesh and blood, have a spiritual bond with you that nobody else has. And in the grace of God, and if they're with God, they can communicate.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Good morning.
Art Bell, Father Martin, it's an honor to speak with both of you. This is Michael from San Jose.
Hi, Michael.
Hi, Michael.
I have 3 questions for you, Father Martin, and they stem from your book, Hostage to the Devil. I have Windswept House, first edition hardback, looking at it, but I'm halfway through your other book first, so I can't get to the other one until yet. There is a passage in your introduction that says, the Church is the only element in society with the authority and the availing remedy to counteract such manifest evil. I'm talking about possession.
Fine.
What is it about the Church itself? If it's just, I was always raised with the thought that the Church is the collective sum of the congregation, that the practices within it also, and the people that make it up.
No, it's not quite that. It is the assembled people who are in the state of grace, sanctifying grace in this life, and those who are in purgatory, and those who are in heaven already.
Okay.
It's they as the mystical body of Christ, because it's Christ who coagulates them all into a mystical being. And that is the Church. Now, we have also got an external organization, which Art and I have been discussing tonight, in its sorry condition. But that's only the external organization. The Church itself is this mystical body of believers on earth, in purgatory, and in heaven. And they have, through their prelates, through their authentic prelates, they have the power of control of evil if they want to use it.
Now, how is it manifested through those priests, bishops, cardinals, monsignors to give you, or I should say you, as an exorcist, the power to combat such evil?
You must have authority from them. They must authorize you. Otherwise, you haven't got the power, and when you try to exorcise, you'll be caught.
But if they do, but I mean, I'm just sitting here and listening to you pan on them for 2 hours, which I believe the Church does need an enema, so to speak. Even when it comes down to, when I go to Catholic Church in the morning masses, of watching the fathers delegate the responsibility of giving out the Eucharist to other people, to sick people, when they're pawning that off, it makes me wonder, just how serious are they taking certain responsibilities?
Well, Michael, you put your finger on a very sore spot. The difficulty is, first of all, we're not sure at all that the Novus Ordo, the new form of the Mass, is valid. And even if it were valid, there are certain laws that the priests and bishops are breaking now as regards the distribution of the sacrament.
Yes.
It's a very complex question, and you can't trust their judgment. It's very hard to give you a hard and fast rule for single instances, but you've got to be very careful.
Okay. Well, I promise my next 2 questions will be a lot simpler. In the second story of your book, Hostage to the Devil, it was the Virgin and the Girlfriend, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
One of the priests whom you finally entered the story into suffered irreparable damage as a result of the exorcism.
That's right.
Have you ever, I mean, I know you're 77 and you're still alive, but have you ever come that close to having something like that? He got his ailment because of a mistake he had. Have you ever come across a situation where you had
Michael,
somehow making a mistake and...
Yes, I'll tell you something, Michael. In general, you never come back from an exorcism the same man.
Yeah, I read that, but you can also put yourself in further jeopardy.
You do. You endanger yourself, but you have to rely on the grace of God to save you. But you do. You suffer irreparable damage in one sense.
Father, he's asking whether you ever have come close to that kind of disastrous personal
situation. Yes, I have.
You have.
You have? I have. And my last question, I guess, is in reading Hostage to the Devil, there doesn't seem, like I said, I've only read it halfway through. I'm right now into Uncle Ponto.
Oh, Uncle Ponto, that's amusing.
But I'm wondering when we're going to start reading the Malachi Chronicles. Are we ever going to get your work, a chronicle listing of some of your cases where you handled them?
Good question. Father?
Good question. I must tell you, Michael and Art, I bore me. I really do. I'm bored with myself. That's why I keep going away from myself. And I find it hard to believe that I should write a personal story. I really do.
So you may not do it?
I mean, I have no inclination at all, Art and Michael, to do it at all. As I say, I'm a bore to me. I really am. And I don't like me in that sense. I like me in the sense that I want to go to heaven and be with Christ and the angels forever and all my family. But I don't think I'm interesting in that sense. Not for a written chronicle.
Well, we think you are.
It's very kind of you, Art, for a poor old guy like me.
First time caller line, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Hi.
Good morning. How are you?
Okay, sir. Where are you?
I'm in Hayward, California.
Okay.
I was reading the book, The Decline and Fall of the Roman Church.
Roman Church, yes.
And one question I had in that, where you had thought that by the year 2000, let me quote it here, that there will no longer be a religious institution recognizable as a Roman Catholic Church of today.
We're almost there.
Right. And the question I had was, what's the rush, what's the real hurry to unite with the Orthodox churches that the Pope seems so urgent to connect with them before the year 2000? Is there any connection?
Well, two comments on that. I didn't get your name, by the way.
Timothy.
Timothy.
Yes.
Timothy, two questions, and that's a very relevant question you ask. First of all, that idea of ecumenism is something I disagree totally with.
Right.
We, properly speaking, don't want to join with anybody. We think everybody should join us, number one. Number two, the rush to ecumenism is tied to the concept that my Pope John Paul II, and he is my Pope, has, because his ideal, and remember it well, because you can interpret his words and his actions in this light, his ideal is to form a dynamic, a new dynamic, as he calls it. Catholics joined with Protestants, and joined with Jews, and joined by Muslims, and Hindus, and all believers, creating an irresistible force within the nations of the earth. That's his ideal. That's what he labors for. That's what he talks about the year 2000 for. That's why he wants to go to Mount Sinai, and why he wants to go to Ur of the Chaldees, where Abraham came from, and he wants to end up his celebrations in Jerusalem. That's this Pope's concept.
Okay. Yeah.
For me, there's no rush at all. It's a question of God's grace.
Right. Yeah, I was just interested in that because I know that there's a long connection with the Orthodox churches where, the history of the church, where you could see a significant difference of the Roman Catholic Church today when you go back in history.
Yeah, well,
even
Timothy,
with the dealing with the Eastern churches, it's very...
Yeah. Well, Timothy, you know as well as I do that all Greek Orthodox and all Russian Orthodox are heretics and schismatics.
Well, that's not the Pope claimed. I think it was in 1962 where the Pope lifted the anathema against the Orthodox and proclaimed them... Well, actually, I think it's this Pope who claimed them as the other lung of the two lung theory. Have you ever heard of that?
I have, Timothy, but that's very nice language.
Right.
When you get down to theological fact.
But
De facto, the Patriarch of Moscow and the Patriarch of Constantinople are both heretics and schismatics. And unless they return to union with Rome, they will not go to heaven.
Well, how can we say that really about the patriarchs when actually you look at the history where it's the Patriarch of the West, the Pope, who is in heresy? Well,
no Pope was in heresy as Pope. If you give me his name, we'll discuss it, but there's no Pope who, as Pope, proclaimed heresy. And there are 244 of them, 64 of them.
Have you ever
Not
heard
one.
of St. Vincent of Lerins?
Yes.
Well, he had said that the way that we could tell what is the truth is that which has been believed everywhere, always, and by all.
Mm-hmm.
And at that time, no pope had ever claimed to be prime over all the other bishops.
Yes, he had.
No, he hadn't. In fact,
Yes, he
I have
had,
quotes.
Timothy. I'm sorry.
Well,
Yes,
I
he
have
had.
quotes here from Roman Catholics themselves that state otherwise.
No. The Pope was going right back to Clement, Pope Clement, who knew Peter, and going up to Gregory in the 6th century and onwards. There was always this claim, and acknowledged by the Orthodox Greeks and the Russians until 500 years later. But it's the old quarrel. It's the old quarrel.
Father, in view of the state of the Church and the Vatican and the cardinals and bishops that we now know, when the Lord takes this Pope, what do you expect will occur with regard to succession, the next
Much
Pope?
trouble, Art, much trouble. The prime candidates at the present moment, we all know them, because for the last year and a half, certainly, the most frequent word in people's minds and in thoughts in Rome is conclave, the election of the next Pope. And the prime candidates we now know, the 3 or 4 of them, they do not look very, very promising as regards what is needed to pull this organization together. You must, what do I mean pulling together? To get something going which is really evangelical, which is really forceful in the field of morality and religious teaching, and which has the power of God behind it.
Father, by now a lot of people are going to want Windswept House, and before we leave this hour, I would like you to give the address out again.
I will indeed.
If they cannot find it in a bookstore,
yeah, they can write to the following address. Write to me, care of Post Office Box P.O.B. 295, Lodi, L-O-D-I, Wisconsin, zip code 53555.
one more time.
P.O.B. Post Office Box 295, Lodi, L-O-D-I, Wisconsin, zip code 53555.
And how much should they include when they order?
I think the price is something like 24 or 25. I can't check that immediately. I wish I could. I should.
Probably somewhere in the area of $24.95.
It's in the area of that. Yes.
All right. Father Martin, stand by. We'll be right back to you. Top of the hour. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. All right, here we go. Just a couple of things I want to quickly read. One from a friend in Australia, Father,
Yes.
who says, I had a Jesuit priest tell me more of the third secret of Fatima years ago in Perth. He said, among other things, the last pope would be under control of Satan. Pope John fainted, thinking it might be him. We were interrupted before I could hear the rest. Any comment on that?
Yes. It sounds as if they were reading or being told the text of the third secret.
Oh, my.
It sounds like it, but it's sufficiently vague to make one hesitate.
Yes.
It sounds like it.
All right, and then just this one as well. This is from Dan in Davenport, Iowa. It says, I was told by an old Catholic priest while I was stationed in Asia in the late 70s that in the last days, nature will attack everything we have and know, and that all food will be gone. Starving will be so widespread that families will eat other members of their families, my God, just to stay alive. This madness will be so widespread, there will be no place that will be safe and no place to hide until all the peoples who do not believe in God are dead. Then life can start anew.
No, that's not
Part of it.
It's not part of it.
But that first one
Yes, it is. And there's a certain element in the second one which is near the truth.
Okay. And I'm sorry to be pushing on this.
No, don't be sorry at all. I wish to God you hadn't got to push. You know?
Okay, West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. This is Joseph from Hawaii.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Joseph.
Good morning, Father. Good morning, Art. I have a question, Father. I'm a little confused. When you say you have no authority to reveal the secret,
yes.
Wasn't the secret revealed to the nun and then on to a pope, and then wasn't it supposed to be revealed to the public at first, and
yes,
now it's suppressed by the church?
Yes.
It was supposed to be revealed to the public in general.
Isn't that the authority from the higher entity?
No, that doesn't give me authority.
Okay, I'm just a little confused. It seems like I'm not clear on the story, but
what he's saying, I think, Father, is that if God's original wish was for it to be revealed then,
yes,
and it was not,
yes,
then is not the authority present now as it was then?
Well,
exactly.
For it to be revealed. Is that correct?
I see his argument. It's a very forcible argument, and many people would agree with him.
And with all due respect, Father, if you don't reveal the secret, and if the secret is held, wouldn't the members of the Catholic Church be perpetuating the suppression of the secret?
Of the truth, yes, of course. Yes, of course they are.
So therefore, it should be told.
But in the Catholic Church, we work through the hierarchy, beginning with the Pope and the bishops. And I cannot take to myself the authority to overrule them. I think they should be overruled, but I haven't got the authority to do that. I wish I had, Joseph. I wish I had. I haven't. I haven't got even the authority to authorize exorcisms unless I have it from a bishop. Mm-hmm. In this case, the Bishop of Rome.
All right, I understand that answer.
Authority is a very, very fixed thing, because I have no other guide on this face of this earth except the voice of the Roman teaching, the Magisterium Romanum, as we call it.
All right, Father. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Hi.
Good morning, Father.
Morning.
My name is John.
Where are you, John?
I'm in Miami Shores.
Miami, okay. All right.
And I want to thank Father for some of the books he's written, particularly The Keys of This Blood.
Thank you, John.
I've always been very interested in politics and world politics, and he filled in a lot of the questions that had always bothered me from childhood.
Mm-hmm.
And I encourage you to continue with your writing.
Shall do, please, God.
And, I was going to ask about, he may have been a saint by the same name that you have, Malachi of Ireland.
Yeah, Malachi. Yeah, he was a different. Yeah, he was a bishop.
And he referred to a final pope, a pope like Peter of Rome. Is there anything
to
that?
He has a list of popes. The only thing about that list of popes is he doesn't say that he has all the popes in it.
I see.
But he does refer to the two last popes, and he gives the Latin sort of names. And Petrus Romanus is the last pope, and the one preceding him is Gloria Olivae, the glory of the olive. These are all names, and actually the names Malachi gives to a certain amount of popes, St. Malachi does, they're very interesting names, and they always fit. For instance, the present pope, he described as Labor Solis. And Labor Solis is the classical American Latin expression for an eclipse of the sun. And in fact, the day that John Paul II was born, there was an eclipse of the sun. Amazing. It's a very funny list of names. And it's not complete. That's the only thing, John.
Now, this talk of making Mary a co-redemptrix,
yes.
They're
not talking of making her that. A lot of people say we should acknowledge that she is. But there are difficulties in the way.
Now, is there something like I once heard from one of the sisters? I went to Catholic schools in Massachusetts. That, saying the Rosary might help make God's path become reality. Are there? I know you're reluctant to share what's in the letter, and I guess the die is cast when John the 23rd decided not to publish it at that time.
There's nothing about the Rosary in the secret.
But is there any positive step a believing person can do to help perhaps reduce the suffering of others? Or
yes, there is. There is, and there's a whole literature on that, John, which you can read. And it's published by various organizations. One is called the Blue Army. Another is called, it escapes me for a moment. There's several books and pamphlets and periodicals and magazines published that explain how we can.
And
yeah, there's lots of instruction on that.
The Blue Army, is that something I would be able to find in a Christian bookstore or Catholic bookstore?
Yes, you should.
All right.
It's headed by a man called Nicholas Gruner, Father Nicholas Gruner.
And I appreciate the opportunity to ask you these questions, but
thank God, Bell. He's our creator.
There's a movement. I didn't see much of it in Massachusetts, but here in Florida, there's a church. Actually, it's not a Catholic church; it's a shrine, and they do the old Roman rite, the Roman Mass.
Joseph, John, for your information, I say the Roman Mass every morning. Well, now it's time I'll be saying it.
It feels. I don't know if it's because they changed the Mass when I was in the 3rd grade, but it feels more wholesome to me. Is it all right to take that path as opposed to the...
Between you and me and the Holy Spirit, it's the only Mass.
All right. I appreciate your call. Father, I said I would ask this, and so I'm going to ask it. I have people of many stripes and opinions and beliefs on this program.
Sure.
Dear Art, would you please ask Father Martin his opinion of Benjamin Krim and this Lord Maitreya, supposedly alive and well in London? Does Father Martin consider Lord Maitreya to be the Antichrist?
No. He's not.
Do you have any comments beyond that?
Bernard Krim and the Maitreya are fulfilling a certain function pre-Antichrist.
Pre-Antichrist.
Yeah, but they're not the Antichrist.
All right, we'll leave it right there.
Okay.
And one other question. Today, certain prophetic scholars are very much interested in why Gorbachev and the present Pope, John Paul, are in discussions, or more clearly, sharing the Russian language, which they can speak and few understand around them. Why are they in talks?
They're in talks because John Paul's concept of Gorbachev's function is that in reality he is destined to exercise a certain role in the creation of the New World Order. And John Paul II is very keen on participating in the New World Order.
I had a feeling that might be exactly what you were going to say.
Yep.
Wildcard line, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. This is Barbara in Tulsa.
Tulsa, Oklahoma?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
I had a question for Father Malachi, a quick one about Fatima, and then I'd like to relate something that happened here in the house that was kind of frightening, and I wanted his opinion.
Sure.
On Fatima, Father Malachi, can you tell us if our country, the United States, is mentioned specifically in the secret?
No, it's not mentioned specifically, but something very relevant to the States is mentioned.
I see. I wanted to call on your professional experience as an exorcist to get your opinion about what happened here. I'll try to be fast. I know the airtime is precious.
Please.
It concerns my mother. She's 83 in good health, but she is demented.
Yeah.
I took her to the front room for her afternoon nap. This is a couple of months ago. Put her on the sofa. I left. I was halfway down the hall when I heard a horrible shriek. I ran back to the room, and she was in total body violent convulsions. I had never seen this
total
before.
body convulsion.
Yes, Father.
Yes.
It was so violent that I was afraid to try to put her shoulders down on the sofa for fear I might break one of her bones or even one of mine.
Yes, yes.
It was just horrible. She was shrieking the entire time. I'd never heard her shriek. She's not a screamer, never has been, even before she became ill. This went on for 3 or 4 minutes when suddenly she collapsed backwards and her head fell slightly to the left. The color drained out of her face. It turned a yellow-gray. I beg your pardon?
What's your question about all that?
Okay, what happened afterwards, Father? Yeah. I'm looking down into her eyes. I didn't know what to do. I'd never seen anyone die. Suddenly, a small white ridge formed along the lower edge, the lower eyelid from the white tissue of the eyeball. It was in a horizontal plane from the nose to the ear. This began to move slowly up through the white tissue, through the iris of the eye, and the eyes turned yellow. The pupil disappeared. There was just a fuzzy outline around the eye. I thought, is this what happens to everyone when they die? Or I didn't know what to do.
Did she die?
No, she didn't. I thought she was dead. Art, she was still as a stone, and all the color left her face. It turned this awful yellowish gray.
All right, well, okay. I can almost answer that. I would say that a medical diagnosis is required long before you would get to the consideration of an exorcism.
Spiritual, yes.
There are many older people in this country now, worldwide, in fact. We're living longer, and dementia occurs. Dementia of various sorts begins to occur in people, and it's very easy to mistake that for something that would require an exorcism. And you'd have to go an awful long way before you would make that determination. Is that correct?
He's right, ma'am. He's right.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a very frightening thing.
Sure.
But as we say, it would be a good physical examination, first of all, with a competent doctor. Have you done that?
No, she's now gone.
She's now gone, yeah.
Yeah.
But you're right, Art. I totally, you said what I would have said. That was my commentary on it.
And you can't do that kind of diagnosis on the phone anyway.
No, you can't.
East of the Rockies, you're on there with Father Malachi Martin. Hello.
Hi, good morning, Father Martin.
Morning.
Where are you, sir?
I'm calling from Hyattsville, Maryland.
Hyattsville, Maryland. You're going to have to yell at us. I can barely hear you.
Very faint.
Doran from Hyattsville, Maryland. I have one question about angels. Now, I've been spared by seconds twice in my life. And I know you believe in angels, but I have no perception of anyone looking after me. But my life has been spared. Any comment?
He's asking, Father, about guardian angels.
Yes. Yeah, I heard him. What I got was that he has no perception that anybody is taking care of him.
Right.
Well, that's a common perception, all right. But he should cultivate his angel. How do you cultivate him? You pray to him and ask his intercession. And you do something in his honor. You say a prayer in his honor, or you visit a church in his honor. Cultivate him, and he will talk.
That's remarkable advice. I had a guest on Sunday. Brad Steiger is his name. He's a well-known author.
Yes.
And he believes firmly in guardian angels, but the one caution that he gave out is never pray to your guardian angel.
I know. Well, there are those of us who pray continually to our angels. I don't know why Rod really forbids that. It's against all the practice in the Catholic Church. You don't pray to them as God. You pray to them as an angel, especially consigned to take care of you. But I'd love to hear Rod's reason for that. I really would.
Actually, Brad Steiger. People confuse him with Rod Steiger.
Oh,
Brad Steiger.
It's Brad Steiger.
Uh-huh.
I'd like to know why you would say that.
Well, now that you've brought it up, I think that I'll get the two of you together and we'll find out.
Good idea. I look forward to that.
All right, Father Martin, stretch run. Stand by. We're at the bottom of the hour. We'll be right back. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. All right, back now to Father Malachi Martin.
Yes.
Father, welcome back. As always, the time just flies by.
It always goes like a dream.
It really does. Here in the middle of the night. All right, well, I have people lined up by the gazillion to talk to you. First time caller line, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Good morning.
Good morning, Art. Good morning, Father Malachi.
Good morning.
And God bless you for giving all your time on Art's show, and I admire your stamina and your patience.
Well, that's Art. Really.
Okay, my query is, about a year and a half ago, I read an interesting article in a publication that's dedicated to psychic phenomena, UFOs, hauntings, exorcisms, etc. And this... in this magazine, there was a story about the death of the previous pope, that he was discussing certain problems of the Vatican with the Secretary of State, who is also a cardinal, I believe. Yes. And that night, he had these papers, this edict that he was going to read before the heads of the church, the popes and the bishops and the cardinals. And he had discovered, the Pope, a scandal in the Vatican bank, money laundering, involving cardinals and 2 mafia bankers. Yeah. Also, the Pope wanted to lower the ban on contraception. Yeah. And because of this, he was poisoned by the cardinals. Now, have you read this story or heard about it?
Yes, I have. The one I'm recollecting with all those details is a book by a man called David Yallop.
Mm-hmm. I see. And
is that the one you're talking about?
Yes, I believe that is. And actually, this was all predicted by Nostradamus.
Yes, a lot of it was predicted, but Nostradamus can be read more than one way, But to get back to the actual Yallop theory, there are a lot of things in David Yallop that are unsubstantiated. Mm-hmm. Like, for instance, he says that he spent, I think, 200 hours talking to the secretary of that pope who died after 34 days as pope. Mm-hmm. But I know that secretary very well. He never saw Yallop's face or heard his voice. Mm-hmm. But anyway, as regards we didn't need anything to tell us that there were Vatican scandals about money. As of 1974, 75, there's been a lot of trouble with money. Now the death of that Pope John Paul I, is very suspicious.
Yeah, it also said that when the housekeeper came in the morning and discovered the Pope was dead, he was still clutching those papers that he was going to read before the hierarchy of the church, and there was a bottle, a medicine bottle on the table, which was poison, and that's how he was killed through poison. And they said when he was injected with embalming fluid because they didn't want to have an autopsy that would reveal the poison in his bloodstream. Now, is that true?
I've heard all these stories myself, Father.
Yeah. They some of them are accurate, some of them are inaccurate. Certain it is that there's some mysterious circumstances in the death of that Pope. He didn't die naturally. Nobody believes he did. The details are left to the imagination of people like David Yallop. I've nothing to share on that at all, except to say that John Paul I was probably done in. Who did it? Well, if you would ask my opinion, but it takes a long time to explain if we haven't got that time, it's a lot of men within and outside the Vatican who could not put up with the reforms that he was going to inaugurate.
And I asked you this earlier, you don't really rule out that kind of violence in the coming days, do you?
No, I do not. Mm-hmm. No, I do not.
Wildcard line, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Where are you calling from, please? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, that's you.
Sorry. I'm calling from Red Bluff, California.
Okay.
And I heard the Father refer a previous caller to literature by the Blue Army.
Yes.
I was wondering if he is aware that the Blue Army was on a lecture circuit in the mid-'70s revealing the third secret of Fatima, and if he is aware of that, if that is accurate.
Yes. Father Gruner and his organization never revealed the actual text. The actual text.
I attended a lecture in the mid-'70s, and I don't remember it all, unfortunately. I think most of it was so frightening I just actually couldn't comprehend it. The only two things I remember that he said, it referred to a lot of civil unrest and that children would be disobedient to their parents and they would be tattooing their bodies and piercing their bodies, and children would be killing children.
Yes.
And those are the only two things that I seem to recall.
Remember.
But
it's not the actual content of the letter. We have children killing children, unfortunately.
Yes.
But no, that's not the sensational part of the third secret, as far as I remember, ma'am.
All right. East of the Rockies, good morning. You're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Where are you, please?
Yes, I'm from Kansas City.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Father Martin, it's a great pleasure to hear you, talk.
Thank you very much for saying that.
And my question, and maybe I have a comment afterwards, is that can you see the Pope at some time or another, at one point, giving up the secret of the third?
Pope? No.
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 Okay. My comment is, Art, is that if what I've been hearing on the rest of your programs,
yes,
with the Major and Scanlon and the rest of it,
yes,
if that's leading up to what the third secret,
yes,
and the third secret, what you read, according to Father Martin,
yes,
is sort of a mild version of what it says.
Yes.
I don't think I want to hear what the third secret is.
Well,
that's very understandable, sir. Very understandable. It has not added to the sum of my happiness to have read it.
Would you say that in a lot of ways, Father, that the world is better off not knowing? I mean, that almost has to be what the popes have decided, that the world is better off not knowing.
Yes, that's what the popes have decided. Against that stands the order, which apparently the Queen of Heaven, as Catholics call her, gave to the Pope through the children. Publish it.
Yes.
That's the difficulty. That's the only difficulty I have.
And it's a big one. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Hi.
Hi.
Hi, where are you?
I'm Lenore in San Diego.
San Diego, okay.
And my question, Father Martin, is Our Lady of Medjugorje, in one of her sayings to the children, was that if we return to God and change our lives to reflect that return to God and pray enough, perhaps God would not send the comet. And I'm wondering if the comet has anything to do with the third secret.
No, ma'am. The comet is not mentioned, and the difficulties, or as they call them, the chastisements, the punishments mentioned in the third secret are not those caused by a comet impacting on the earth.
Do you know of anything else? The only time I've ever heard anything about a comet was in that one statement she said to the children several years ago.
Yeah, I have a difficulty about Medjugorje. Since it has not been sanctioned by the church, by church authority, I can't rely upon it. I can't rely upon it.
It hasn't been denied by the church either. And
no, it hasn't. You're quite right.
I've had major spiritual, joyful, deeply gratitudinal feelings.
And millions have also.
Yeah.
Millions have also. The unfortunate thing is that the church has not approved of it yet, and I'm afraid to trust myself,
Oh, I understand.
But that's...
My experience is very deeply involved, though. I absolutely believe it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and take care. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Hello.
Hello, this is Wayne, somewhere in Kentucky, trucking across America.
In a truck in Kentucky somewhere, okay?
Yeah, question for Father. Isn't it written in the good book that evil has to be requested to come into your home?
Yes, it is.
In regards to Benjamin Grimm of last week there, this malevolent spirit of his,
yes,
it's waiting for everybody to request it to come into their home through one of these NBC, ABC, or something like that. Wouldn't you consider that evil requesting to come into everybody's home by turning on the channel?
Well, I didn't hear this particular broadcast, so I'm not able to say.
Well, this is with regard to Benjamin Grimm and Lord Maitreya.
Yeah, what did Benjamin Grimm say? I didn't.
Well, he said that when the world is ready or requests it,
yes,
that this Maitreya will make himself known through some large broadcast media to the world.
Oh, I see. Well, if he said that, well, let's wait and see.
That's all. That's all we can do.
That's all we can do.
Wildcard line, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Hello.
Good morning, Father Malachi.
Morning.
And Art.
Yes, sir.
Pax Dominus Vobiscum.
Exorcist.
Thank you. You don't know what that means to me. Hey, have you ever? One question I'd like to find out is, I've heard a story about a pope from the mid-9th century, a Pope John,
yes,
who, like 856, 876, something like that, was discovered to be a woman.
No, that's a mistake. That's a famous mistake. If Art gives me 2 minutes, I'll explain how the mistake arose.
Go right ahead, Father.
The popes at that time used as their throne chairs made of a stone called porphyry. Porphyry is a very precious stone. The Romans had a series of porphyry chairs and thrones made, and they all had a hole in the middle. And he used to use one of these thrones, and they said that it was because he was very effeminate. His name was John. I forget which John the First or John the Third or something like that. I just forget momentarily. But he wasn't a woman, no. There was never a Pope Joan. Much at all as a lot of people would like that to happen. There was a Protestant historian in the 19th century called Harnack. And Harnack had a healthy dislike of the Roman Catholic Church. And he wrote the definitive book about Pope Joan, demolishing the myth. And if anybody would have liked to create or foment the story, it would have been Harnack. But he came to the conclusion that it was a total fabrication.
Wow. All right.
There were lewd stories told about him. The purpose of the whole being to masturbate, etc. I wasn't going to shock your audience with all that details. Yep.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Father Malachi Martin. Good morning.
Oh, let me turn my radio down.
Yes, thank you.
Father.
Yes.
Yeah, I was wondering, if I read Revelation 12, would I be fairly more enlightened as to the aspect of the third secret? Would that help?
Well, Sister Lucia, who wrote down the third secret, says that the whole of the secret is contained in chapters, I think it's 12 to 17 of the book of Revelation.
Okay, that's starting to make absolute sense.
Have you seen the painting of her last vision?
Is it a woman clothed with the 12 stars? That the sign?
No. It's the crucifixion with Our Lady.
No, I haven't.
Okay, try and get a hold of that picture. It's her last vision in 1929.
I will do. That's great news. And can I ask you another question? Because sometimes you say this Pope is more attuned with the New World Order, but in other places, and I may have been misreading this, you say that he's opposed to it at the same time. Am I misreading?
No, he's opposed to certain things in it.
Oh, certain things, yes.
Yeah, certain things in it. But his attitude is we can't stop the New World Order.
Right.
And it's here anyway.
So he's trying to align the church with it.
He's trying to make do with it.
Right. Hey, great. And thank you about that Revelations. I'll be checking into that. I had a funny feeling about that. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. A good lead. East of the Rockies, you're on there with Father Malachi Martin, and not a lot of time. Hello.
Hello?
Hi. Turn your radio off, please.
Just a minute.
Okay. Everybody
Yes, hello.
should do that right away.
Hello.
Hi.
To Father Malachi Martin?
Yes.
I wanted. It's nice to meet you. I listen every time you're on. I learn something new from you every time I hear you. I wanted to know this vision you talked about in Garibaldi.
Garabandal.
Where can I find written literature about it? Is it sanctioned by the church?
Write me a short note with your name and address, and I'll send you back the relevant details.
Okay.
Write it at 217 East 66th Street, New York, 10021. And mention your name.
10021.
And mention your name and your request, and I'll send you back the details, promise you.
Oh, yeah, by the way, my name is Bonnie, and I'm calling from Philadelphia.
Well, God bless you, Bonnie.
Yeah, another thing that bothers me, and it's bothered me all along about this third secret, is the child still alive, the one who became a nun?
Yes, she is. She's 89. She lives in Coimbra.
My God.
Wow.
My God. Has she ever said how she feels about the church not publishing the third
No,
secret?
she keeps very quiet for the simple reason that she's been muzzled by the Vatican.
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing that bothers me about this is if the church is going against what God has told them he wants them to do.
Yeah, in other words, what you're saying,
people are out here and they see this. How do they expect us to keep following them in absolute faith?
Bonnie, what I want to say to you is, it's not the church, it's the churchmen.
Uh-huh.
They are being unfaithful to their vocation.
Yeah, but it seems like it's been so many.
You're telling Gus, whoever Gus was. I know that's our difficulty. That's what in the last 3 or 4 hours, Art and I were discussing, and I summarized it all by saying we are in apostasy to a large degree.
And the last thing I wanted to ask you, is there anything that we can do as individuals other than praying to avert what is coming in that third secret?
We can't avert it now. It is coming. When is something else? But it is coming for sure.
Mm-hmm.
We can mitigate it. We can mitigate it slightly, if you know what I mean. But we can't avert it.
Is the only thing we can do is pray?
Pray, go to communion, say a rosary, cultivate the saints, stay in the state of grace, do good, visit the sick, visit those in prison, do corporal works of mercy. In other words, Bonnie, we know what to do exactly if we want to do it.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be an easy time.
No, it doesn't seem like we're in very easy times now anyway.
No.
Yeah.
But,
Bonnie, thank you.
Thank you, Art. Bye-bye.
Right, take care. Father, is there any circumstance under which you can imagine that you would feel free to reveal the secret?
Yes. If there was a total collapse at the center.
And you anticipate that, don't you?
I anticipate there's a possibility, Art. I can't, I can't predict, but I anticipate there's a possibility, certainly, yes. I do.
Father Martin, as always, it has been tremendous, absolutely tremendous. Would you give your personal address out one more time quickly?
I would indeed. It is 217 East 66th Street, 66, New York, 10021.
All right.
Art, I want to thank you so much. Time runs away.
It does. It absolutely gets away from us.
It's a form of blessing, Art. It really is, because I want to say this. I hope this doesn't sound too sort of pious or pietistic or preachy to you, but we could not achieve that in those 3 or 4 hours together unless we had the grace of the good Lord with us.
Father, that's it. We're out of time. Good night, my friend. God bless. Well, all right. Father Martin, in Windswept House, you refer to a cardinal, a certain cardinal, not by name.
Yes.
Would that name possibly be Cardinal Casarelli?
He is mirrored there, yes, the character of Cardinal Casaroli. By the way, this cardinal you just mentioned, Casaroli, has just died.
Passed on, yes.
He's passed on, as we say.
So then we can perhaps safely mention his name.
Yes, I think so, with reverence. No matter how different we are in opinion from him, we must give him a certain amount of reverence because he was a prelate.
And what role did he play in these changes?
He played a capital role because he was the equivalent of what you would say the foreign minister and the secretary of state and chief advisor to at least two popes. And he had tremendous influence in molding the attitude of the Vatican as a power, because it is a power, to the communist empire of the Soviet Union. And then, by derivation, on the ordinary activity of ordinary Catholics. And his view was extremely brilliantly inculcated and practiced, but with disastrous effects. Because, in effect, he accepted the status quo in the Soviet countries, where Catholicism was suppressed, and where its representatives were imprisoned and killed and tortured. And he was an extremely rigid man as regards devotions and as regards beliefs. He had no use, for instance, for a central belief of Catholics today, which centers around a small town in Portugal called Fatima, and the revelations of Fatima, and the miracle, which was a genuine miracle by all accounts, in 1917, taking place in Portugal, which is a very influential event in the life of the Church. He was secular-minded compared to his predecessors in that post. And his influence was enormous. Enormous.
So then the unnamed cardinal in Windswept House is Cardinal Casarelli.
Yes, to a large extent, the career of Casarelli is mirrored in the what we say in the Windswept House about a man called Maestro Yanni. That was the name that this man had, to a large extent. The effect was disastrous because he implemented the policy of live and let live with the communist regimes and establish relations with them. It was the first time that you'd find a cardinal of the Holy Roman Catholic Church clinking glasses in the Kremlin with those who at that same time were persecuting his fellow co-religionists throughout the Soviet Empire.
Well, going back even further, there was also the sound of clinking glasses with the Nazis, was there not?
Yes, there was. Yes, there was. But that was never the Vatican. The Vatican never clinked glasses with Nazis. There was continual friction because the man in charge of the church at that time was a man called Pacelli, Eugenio Pacelli, better known as Pius XII. And he abhorred the Nazis. And he abhorred fascism as such. And he did his best to condemn them in a very difficult situation. You are probably, a lot of our listeners are acquainted with the controversy about Pius XII, the Pope, but that he ever had any love whatever for Hitler and company is an established fact. He had none ever. And there was no clinking of glasses. Now, individual clergymen did, but they were always reproved by him and, if possible, ousted from their particular location, wherever they were.
If these changes, as you have described, are irreversible within the Church,
yes,
then where is the Church going?
In one word, underground.
Underground?
Underground, yes. The structure as it is creaking and groaning and not carrying the weight. And there is springing up, both in North America and Latin America and in Europe, a network of Catholics, priests, bishops, nuns, laity, who are reviving all the ancient teachings and living by them and refusing to cooperate with anything they consider to be out of line, anything they consider not to belong to the deposit of the faith, the traditional faith. Now, to be awfully frank with you, Art, and to be frank with all my fellow Catholics throughout the world, at the present moment, that network probably includes, what, about 10 million practicing out of 1 billion. But it is most potent, and the best proof of its potency and its power and its promise is the fact that it is hounded and condemned and excoriated by the officialdom of the Roman Catholic Church.
So then, what do you ultimately see occurring? I mean, you've got an underground, a fractional portion of the church.
Right.
Underground. Will it survive? Will it build? Or
it will survive and build and flourish. But in the meantime, the external presence and the influence of the Catholic community, if you can speak of such a thing nowadays, that presence in the public square, in the public market of ideas and organizations, that is going to diminish and be negligible to such an extent that, today, if you examine any country, even North Korea or Albania, two dreadfully distressed lands at the present moment, but in all the other countries anyway, you can safely say there are three components. One is the government. The government is always important nowadays. It used to be, but now it is terribly important. And number two, you have the business community. And the business community in many countries is far more important than the actual government of the elected officials, if the officials are elected.
Mm-hmm.
And number three, then you have a gaggle, a rabble of organizations. Everything from the International Firemen's Union to Mothers Against Drunk Driving to the Catholic Church. And they are competing in the public square with diminishing shares going to religion, especially Roman Catholicism, because Roman Catholicism does not belong to the mainstream thought today. And if you examine, for instance, the emerging EU, the European Union,
yes,
it now has laws that are intolerable for Catholics. Every member of the Union must, according to the laws of EU, the European Union, which is just coming into existence economically and politically, they must have laws promoting abortion, permitting contraception, permitting divorce. They must give equal rights to homosexual marriages. And all these things are unbearable in a world in which Catholicism reigns. But now, as different from 50 years ago, 60 years ago, or 100 years ago, the Catholic Church is just one more member of these NGOs, non-governmental organizations, competing in the public square, with decreasing returns, because the doctrine does not fit modernization. Now, what is the future? The future is a diminishing socio-political and socio-cultural effect of Catholics, the dispelling of anything like a potent Catholic community, and the existence of Catholicism in its traditional form underground, in the sense that it's private and practiced quasi in secret and out of the public view, because the public doesn't like it. And there will always be, not always, but there will be for quite a long time, a public facade in which there is a group of officials, bishops, priests, all the way up to the papacy, who will maintain the exterior facade, but the power will be gone. Interestingly enough, the future of the papacy is different because of the power that the papacy exerts as a center. But that's a wider question.
Yeah, it will be. You're saying it will be different, or is different in.
It really will belong to the mainstream. There will be very little difference between it and the other component members of the socio-political body.
Are you suggesting the Pope has been reduced to nothing much more than a figurehead?
Yes, I am. That is what I am saying, and that is the fact. That is in actual effect on politics and on culture. There no longer is really a Catholic influence in this country
or in North America, or in Latin America. There's no longer any real influence at all. And it's a diminishing influence that they do exert, and every year brings defeat after defeat after defeat. For instance, take a very common example, a very prevalent example, Art. There's a play called Corpus Christi by a playwright, very well known, Terence McNally, Irish origin, of course. It is, the plot is roughly that you have a central figure called Joshua, which is Jesus, and he has 12 disciples, and he has homosexual relations with those disciples in the play. Now, for the Roman Catholic doctrine, for Roman Catholic believers, this is blasphemy. And yet there is no way Roman Catholics can stop this, can get it removed. The more they talk about it, the more publicity they give it.
Well,
and that is the big difficulty, that there no longer is any respect, veneration for central doctrines of the Roman Catholic Church.
Well then, Father, if all of this is true, and so much of the world is Catholic, in name at least,
nominally,
then what effect would you imagine this to have on society in general? It's a much broader question. If we're going to be accepting now the unacceptable previously, how will this change society, or is that already underway?
That's already underway, Art. And the effect is a diminishing return in moral influence.
In other words, what is said by the Church is no longer carries the weight it once did.
That's right. That's right. For instance, there's no doubt about it that majority of Catholics in Northern Ireland are believers. Everybody seems to accept this. It is true. But in no way has that really influenced politics. No more than the Protestantism of the Orange men, their counterparts in Northern Ireland, has that influenced their morality.
What a mess over there right now.
A real mess. But the point I'm making is that neither the Catholic Church nor the Protestant Church has any influence over the behavior either of the IRA, the Irish, or the Catholics, or the Protestants.
So then, minus this influence, what effect do you see it having on society?
A destabilizing effect, because look, in the absolute order, supposing imaginatively, in our imaginations now, Art, you and I and our listeners, we wipe out the existence of the Catholic Church. There no longer is the Catholic Church existing in this hypothesis.
Right.
No pope, no bishops, no cathedrals, no churches, no religious orders, no schools, no academies, no institutes, no influence. They belong to museums. If you do that, if such a happening did take place, a black hole would appear in human society. Because the Catholic Church, culturally, socio-culturally, through its religious influence and its religious monuments and its religious tradition, does exercise a restraining hand. If that's gone, then all demographers I know say it would be catastrophic. Completely catastrophic. Just as if, for instance, in Arab lands, from Algeria to Indonesia, Islam suddenly disappeared, there would be chaos. Because religion does, whether it's Islam or Catholicism, in their particular lands, do introduce a socio-cultural balance. And that is why the real enemies of the Roman Catholic Church, and the Roman Catholic Church has real enemies, never wanted to destroy the organization. It's too valuable as a socio-cultural and socio-political stabilizer. They wanted to control it.
If it no longer has that value, then will the same restriction on its destruction remain?
Yes, it will. It will. And of course, nobody can predict the future. Nobody can say what is going to happen in 2020, 2030, 2050, and 3000. We don't know even if we will attain that age for the church or for the human race. If we will go through most of the next millennium, we don't know. But we can safely say certain things, that the diminishing return
of the influence of anything like a Catholic community forebodes, or bodes simply, bodes a terrible absence in social and political life.
Are we to imagine at some point homosexual priests? Are we to imagine the ending of the institution of marriage as we have known it? Are we to imagine a church that will accept anybody's conception of God and religion and how it was and how it is?
Art, we have it already. To a large extent, we have it already. In certain dioceses, for instance, in the United States, the diocese being the locality governed by a bishop, there are married priests living with their families.
Yes.
In contravention of the law of the Church of Celibacy. There are homosexual priest organizations here and abroad, and in Latin America. There are women priests, that is, that women who have undergone ordination ceremonies and who faithfully say what they call Mass every so often, investments with the chalice, etc., with the usual accoutrements of a Roman Mass. There are bishops who openly flaunt the authority of the Pope and the basic dogmas of the Church. We're well along our way. There is, too, which we must keep on saying, there is a large body of Catholics of that 1 billion plus membership, a large number of Catholics who groan beneath this, who know it's wrong, but who can't do anything about it. Because, again, the organization of the Church is very tight. And if you start at the Pope and go down to the smallest little parish priest stuck away in the smallest little parish, you will find that in no position of authority, anywhere in that vast network of organizations of bishops and priests and organizations and committees and dioceses and parishes, in no place is there one traditionalist. They have all been outed and ousted.
Outed and ousted.
Yep. So the prognosis is bad from the point of view of socio-political presence and socio-cultural influence. Now, what will happen after that is one can hypothesize, but that's the situation.
And that's really the purpose of Windswept House as a book, to expose all of that.
That's right, Windswept House. And it took place in the 20 years, chiefly in the 20 years of Pope John Paul II, whom many people describe as a conservative, a traditionalist.
I understand that Windswept House is available nationwide in bookstores, or it ought to be.
It ought to be.
But then I guess some people have been unable to find it.
That's right. There is I can give, if you permit it, I can give an address where they can always apply for a copy of the paperback.
Please.
It is, therefore, to Malachi Martin, care of Post Box POB 295, Lodi, Lodi, Wisconsin, 53555. They will always get a copy by corresponding with that address. I'll repeat that again, POB 295, Lodi, Lodi, Wisconsin, zip code 53555.
How much trouble are you in with the church?
Well, you see, this is the very interesting point about it, Art. I visit Rome. I see the people I want to see, including John Paul II. Not as often as I used to, because the fact that this Pope's health is precarious, and besides he is surrounded by people who not only dislike me, but dislike him. One man whom I know sees the Pope professionally in the health field will tell me constantly, look, when I see the officials around him, there's more hate than affection.
For the Pope.
Than respect for this man.
All right. Father Martin, hold on a moment. We'll pick up on this when we get back. And I've got some very, very provocative questions to ask Father Martin. Then I'm going to turn him over to you, folks. we're going to get the lines earlier than we normally do with Father Martin because we haven't done it past Don't Touch That Dot. Well, all right, to summarize the first hour with Father Martin, Father Martin is a conservative within the church, even a fundamentalist. He suggests that the church has irreversibly begun to move away from all of its original teachings and tenets. Irreversibly so, once again. And that this will produce changes, of course, in society because the church, not only the Catholic Church, but churches and religions worldwide, have been pillars on which societal behavior is based. And I think that pretty well sums it up. Windswept House is a novel. It is fiction, except it isn't fiction, is it, Father?
No, it's not. But it's far easier and allows some room for your imagination and therefore for explanation of what is happening, the dire happening, to the Roman Catholic Church, which up to, 40 years ago, was a monolith in society, Europe and the Americas especially, but worldwide too. And to describe this, of course, you're going to walk on several people's feet, and you're going to have to discuss existing people, which one must always do with reverence, with a certain respect, because they are there, and their office, they hold high office. So the mode of, we actually are, in America we've invented this. The man who really made it work was Norman Mailer, but even an American writer like Taylor Caldwell, she used what we now call faction. It's not fiction and it's not fact. It's mirroring the factual situation by imaginative processes. And this is an example of what they call as faction.
Well, would you go so far as to say that within portions of the Vatican, there is virtually a Satanism?
Oh, no doubt about it.
No doubt about it. Then why walk so carefully?
Because eventually, first of all, Art, there is a thing called scandal. Scandal in this sense that sometimes to tell the naked truth to people is so shocking that it is destructive of them. If you can point the way to the truth and indicate, if they wish to search themselves, they can find the truth, it's far more effective than overwhelming them with such bad news that they lose heart. People must have a good motive for existing. At least they must think they have a good motive for existing. No man can exist on nothing. He must have some motivation. And you can destroy the confidence in life by painting an utterly accurate but bleak picture. So, no, one must be careful. One must not scandalize in that sense. But one must try and point to the truth and educate people slowly. I have beautiful friends in the Catholic Church and in other churches and in other religions, but talking about my Catholics, and I hesitate to disturb them in certain ways, knowing that with wisdom and years and prayer and their own goodness, they will arrive at the full truth. In the meanwhile, I must temper my critiques and my criticisms so as not to completely shock them. I think it's a common phenomenon.
Well, unless you expect this movement to remain underground for nearly all eternity ahead, isn't there going to have to be a shock?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Ultimately, yes. There's no doubt about it. And, Art, I could say this. I dislike predictions, in spite of the fact that my name, Malachi, is the name of a prophet, a minor prophet in the Hebrew Bible. I dislike predicting, but this can't go on for long within the Catholic Church. Something is going to give. It's going to implode. Something is going to give. That will be the day of reckoning.
Can you imagine the mechanism by which something will give?
Yes, I can imagine the mechanism.
How?
Well, without naming names, which is always
tough.
I could name off, say, in the American bishops, there are about 250 of them.
Yes.
I could name off 20 to 30 to 40 who are quite capable of taking up a stance as regards church morality and church practice at complete variance with Rome and saying to Rome, like it or lump it.
You're talking about a revolution.
Yes. A clerical resistance to all advances by the traditional Roman authority. I can quite imagine it. And in France, and in Austria, and in Belgium, and in Holland, and in Italy, and in Spain, and in Ireland, and Poland, traditional Catholic places, I can see that fire taking place, and people saying, no, we're Catholics, but we don't share your opinions, and going their way, which of course will be fragmentation and complete destruction of church unity, such as it is.
Could there be a complete schism?
Well, Art, that is the part which saddens one's heart. Schism is a very interesting thing. Schism means this, that you and I, who believe the same truths, the same religious dogmas, we differ as to authority.
Yes.
That's schism. And I have beautiful schismatic friends in the Greek Church and the Russian Church and in the Protestant churches. They all believe the basic truths that I believe, but they will not acknowledge any authority of the Pope or of the episcopal line descending from the 12 apostles, which Roman Catholics claim. And that's quite bearable. And I can see schismatics possibly being saved finally and attaining heaven, speaking strictly as a traditionalist Catholic. Heresy is something else. Heresy is where you and I agree on a majority of doctrines, but we differ about one particular doctrine. And again, there are some beautiful heretical friends who are heretics, but whom I respect deeply. No, Art, what we're facing is something much more dire. And the Bible has named it already. It's called apostasy. And apostasy, as defined by the man who really lived through the apostasy, a man called Athanasius in the 300s and 400s of the first millennium. Apostasy means that you step away from the basic dogmas of the Christian faith so that you can no longer be called a Christian or a Catholic. We are faced with apostasy. Not merely apostasy by scholars, academicians, professors, theologians, but apostasy in the people. There is a spreading apostasy.
All right, perhaps this fax that I've got is an example, will serve as an example, and you can address it. It's from Tom in Michigan, and he says, tonight, for the first time, I've got to dispute Father Martin. But he's saying we do not have the right to be wrong. This goes against all I've been taught. I was taught by my Catholic upbringing that God gave each of us free will. To say we do not have the right to be wrong means that we do not have free will, that we all should just follow blindly, that we have absolutely no control over our lives because we are controlled. If you don't have the right to be wrong, it is the pinnacle of contradictions. We are all wrong if there is one and only one correct guideline, and we would all have certainly sealed our fate, or should I say, our fate has been sealed for us because we cannot be wrong. Which is it? Do we or do we not have free will?
We have free will, but if that free will is correctly defined, that free will is the liberty to choose what is right. It's not simply caprice, whim. Whatever I want, I do. Whatever I want to believe, I do believe. That's not freedom. That's That's not the Christian idea of liberty was never that. And number two, also, he must remember, it's a very intelligent question, but he must remember that the choice to be made must be made with God's grace, because otherwise we make choices which have nothing to do with God at all, or with the truth of man's existence. So it's what you consider to be liberty, and liberty is best defined as the ability to do what you should do, to believe what you should believe. And you are not free to believe anything that you think is okay. You must align that with the revelation as it came through Jesus Christ and His church. If not, you're on the wrong line. It's a hard doctrine, but that's Catholicism, and that is basic Christianity.
The kind of dispute or level of dispute that you're talking about within the church now is very severe indeed. And the last time you and I met on the air, it was on the eve of 2 murders in the Vatican. Right. It was on the heels of news about the murder of a colleague of yours, an exorcist.
That's right.
And both of those stories have disappeared, just simply gone away, and one cannot help but wonder if there is not about to be a war within the church itself, and if we're not going to see more of this kind of terrible, unimaginable violence.
I think, Art, unfortunately, I must agree with you. We are going to see much more of that, because the strain in the church is going to show. It will not be merely indifference, where people simply say, it doesn't matter, you can do what you like. I'm just don't bother about this Catholic business, this Catholic truth, this Catholic church, these Catholic priests and laws. It's not merely that. It's that there is now a mainstream choice in morality and outlook and standards of living that is irreconcilable with Catholicism and with basic Christianity, to such a point that it is already a great liability to be a practicing Catholic, to be a practicing Christian. It's a big liability in the public square. It is difficult, and it's going to get more and more difficult. However, as one man said, at the present moment it's dry martyrdom. It could become wet, though. And then we have outbursts like what happened in the Vatican, which is a dreadful event and a bad omen. And we have then the murder, the assassination of at least, not merely one, Art, by the way, but 3 people engaged in exorcism. In
Three,
yes. They weren't publicized. The other 2 were not publicized.
Have these occurred since the last that we knew about, or
no,
previous
one of them before and one of them after.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, but they have not been publicized. As you know, there's a general principle in the civil authorities in this country, and it's a good one in general, that you do not emphasize. If you come across death, and there are obvious signs of Satanist worship, Satanist involution,
it is not publicized.
It is not publicized. That part is hidden and kept quiet. Because, why? Well, because it disturbs people. Because it is disturbing. Because there's also the copycat syndrome.
There is, yes.
People do say, well, I'll do that too. You know, the local nut, as somebody said, well, I better do that too, since that's getting so
well,
much
with your very fundamentalist views, and the very provocative things you have said, have there been moments, Father, when you have been unsure of your own safety?
Oh, Art, I am never sure of my safety any longer. For many years. For many years. In this sense, that I know that given certain conditions, I would be offed, as we say in the gentle language. But at the age of 77, how can you start bothering about that? Especially since I'm
right,
rushed with death.
I certainly agree.
certain moments I have had a brush with death, which of course left me cold, as death always does. It's a clammy hand extended to you, momentarily anyway. But I can't live like that or think like that. Otherwise, I would dig a hole and climb into it and close it after me. You know, and what's the point in that?
Father, not long ago,
Yes.
somebody sent me, and I'm kicking myself 6 ways from Sunday.
Yes.
Somebody sent me what they said was the third secret of Fatima.
Yes.
I actually read it on the air, and then I somehow lost it. If anybody out there has it, please resend it to me. Now, it's my understanding that you have taken a vow of silence or secrecy. You have read the third secret. It was shared with you. Is that correct?
It was given to me to read, yes. One morning early in February 1960. And, of course, before I got it, I had to take this simple oath you always take of maintaining the secret. So the details of it I cannot communicate. I mean, the actual verbiage and expressions.
Yes. If this third secret of Fatima were made public,
yes,
could it be the shock that the public, that the church needs?
It could be, and that is one reason why it's not published, and why it's sunk into a limbo, out of which it's not going to come easily. It would be a shock. There's no doubt about that. It would affect people in different ways, though, Art. Some people would, on being told that this was authentically the third secret of Fatima, they would get extremely angry.
Oh, I understand. Believe me.
Very angry.
Oh, believe me, I understand, Father. Stand by, and we'll get back to you after the bottom of the hour break. If anybody has it out there, and I know you do, I would appreciate your emailing it to me post haste, right away. Because what I would like to do is read it on the air and see if Father Martin would have comment on it. It might be a way of getting comment on it or verifying it if I actually had it in my hand. So if you have it out there, please send it to me. In the meantime, when we come back, I will ask Father Martin as much as we're able to about the third secret. It certainly would be a shock. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. Was a colleague of Walter Cronkite's. He consulted for NASA, where his picture still hangs reverently in the halls of Houston, Ames Research Center, and lots of other locations around NASA. People actually have been said to salute the photograph in NASA as they walk by. Richard C. Hoagland.
Good morning, Art.
Hey, Richard.
Welcome back.
Well, thank you. I had a good time in Paris.
You know who else went to Paris to take a rest from their heavy labors?
Who?
Ben Franklin and Thomas Jefferson.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it is such a complete change of worlds from, the desert where I live to Paris, which is old and filled with statues and, the feeling of old, that it's kind of fun. It's just getting away,
And when Graham's new book comes out, Graham Hancock,
yes,
together with Robert Laval, we're going to find out some very remarkably intriguing things about Paris.
Really?
Yep. There's some major surprises in Paris that are connected to all the stuff that we talk about.
No kidding.
In fact, up to and including Mars. But we're going to have to wait till they come out with the book because I don't want to, steal their thunder.
All right. We've got an awful lot to cover tonight. And the first thing I want to ask you about, I have been bitching for 2 weeks now. I've been getting story after story after story, Richard, that the Japanese, well, they've already launched a probe to Mars, and they're talking about a manned mission to Mars. And when I heard about the probe to Mars, I said to myself, what the hell are they doing? We've sent probes. The Russians have sent probes. Now, why would they spend very scarce, undervalued yen with the Asian crisis going on to send a probe to Mars to duplicate, no doubt, what we have done or the Russians have done? Why are they starting a space program?
You mean an interplanetary space program?
Yeah.
Dimensions, yeah. Well, I mean, these are all exquisitely interesting questions, and the most profound question no one is asked because they're not into the arcana of spaceflight the way some of us are. The real mystery art is not why they're going, but why they're going early. It's kind of like that joke about the drunk, who loses his keys, and he's searching around under the street lamp, and the cop comes by and he says, what are you doing? And the guy says, I'm looking for my keys. And he says, where'd you lose them? Well, over there, and he points out in the dark. And the cop says, well, why are you looking under the light? He says, well, the light's better over here. The Japanese have launched art 5 months early.
Really?
You can't get to Mars until December. The spacecraft is not on its way to Mars right now, tonight, at this instant. It is somewhere circling the Earth.
In other words, they've got it circling the Earth, waiting for the window to fire it off.
Exactly.
Why?
Which has never been done in the entire history of any space program of any nation on this planet.
Exactly. Why would you want to risk, for example, the possibility of a collision in Earth orbit with some piece of junk or something?
Well, think what's going to happen in November. There's been an alert in Aviation Week and in a lot of the major satellite manufacturers. We're going to go through a meteor shower.
Oh, I know.
And everyone is forecasting pretty hairy stuff for the communication satellite. You may go off the air because
I know.
One little grain of sand impacting at 26 miles per second, which is the parabolic velocity of meteors at the Earth's orbit,
would ruin the day of one of my satellites.
Would definitely give you a bad hair day. So why would the Japanese launch and then wait in Earth orbit? They're in this parking orbit going around and around every 90 minutes or so for 5 months because they can't launch out of Earth orbit on the right geometry to get to Mars until December. Never has been done. And in all the discussions that I've heard, and we've never talked about it because it was so mind-boggling that I kept looking for an explanation. I have been unable, as of tonight, to come up with any rational explanation. The best thing that I can propose is something that Ron Nix, one of our geologists, proposed to me, a couple days ago. He says, well, Dick, it's obviously the physics. They know something hyperdimensional, but you don't. I mean, it's almost as good as any other because it makes no sense. Now, there is one possibility which is so astonishing that I kind of hesitate even to broach it.
Oh, broach it.
But suppose you kind of had a probability estimate that your launch site might not be there when you need to launch. Japan is very earthquake prone, right?
Yes.
The safest place, if you have to go to Mars, for reasons that we can get into later in the morning, would be to park it in space waiting for when you can send it on its way. If you may not think your launch site will be there when you need to launch. That's the only thing I can come up with that makes any rational sense. And even that is so amazing because it indicates that somebody thinks maybe Japan is in for a very rough ride.
So you're suggesting they may know that their launch site may not even be there or might be in rubble?
Well, might be, shall we say, in jeopardy. Remember Hurricane Andrew when it was heading for Cape Canaveral?
Yes.
And how they battened down the hatches and put the Mars Observer on backup power and all that?
Yes.
Well, Cape Canaveral was not earthquake prone. But imagine that you had Cape Canaveral on an island where earthquakes are becoming increasingly severe and are changing depth, underground in the mantle, coming up toward the crust.
Right.
You might, if you knew something about the trend curve of this thing we all call Earth changes, and we're predicting out the model, that there might be a reasonable probability that a severe quake could so damage your launch site that you could not launch on time. In which case, then the estimate and the calculation would make perfect sense to put it in Earth's orbit, where it is safe, if that's what is being projected. Or safer, I should say. In other words, something is really extraordinary, not just about the Japanese interest in Mars, but the fact that they have to go, and they've launched 5 months early.
All right, but even all of that said, Richard, why go to Mars to spend a very scarce yen on stuff that we've already done? What are the possibilities there?
Small to zero. I mean, this data, as you know, is shared freely and has been shared freely even during the height of the Cold War. We were sharing our space data with the Russians, and they were sharing their Venus data with us. And
don't they trust our photographs?
Well, that does raise an interesting set of ideas, doesn't it?
Yes, yes.
Now, one of our listeners faxed me a couple of days ago, and I don't remember their names, but someone heard a news story, apparently from Japan, either the day of the launch or a day after the launch. You know, it was kind of a translation over the Japanese video of the launch.
Yeah.
And the announcer was talking about the reasons for going to Mars was to study the atmosphere and the underground structure. And these people very intriguingly thought that might imply artificial structures. I, in fact, think it's probably a poor translation of in other words, subterranean mascons and gravity variations and all that, because you can get a lot of data from just mapping the orbit in terms of underground concentrations of various kinds. And our own spacecraft are, in fact, looking at those kinds of gravity anomalies to refine the map of the lower mantle structure or the upper mantle structure of Mars. So I don't think that translation really implied what they thought it might imply. But again, the whole idea of the Japanese trying to go and duplicate what we've already done, I mean, why not go to Mercury or go to Titan or someplace that we haven't gone? Why go to Mars?
Well, if I were Richard Hoagland, I'd say because they want the photographs and information that they don't think we've made public and haven't given to them either.
Well, let me give you another data point on that side of the ledger.
Otherwise, why do it? It's very expensive. Look, we're at a break point. If you're going to give me another data point for the ledger, hold it until after the break, all right?
Can do.
All right, stay right there. Why are the Japanese doing? Just doesn't make any sense. Anyway, this is Coast to Coast AM.
Her hair is hollow gold, lips sweet surprise. Her hands are never cold.
Well, all right, back now to Richard C. Hoagland outside of Albuquerque up in the mountains where he is a recluse. Richard?
I am in a gorgeous mountain desert tonight. There is a quarter moon rising over the Sandias to my east, with Jupiter hanging about 5 degrees to the upper right, about 2 o'clock position. The clouds are scudding across, the stars are bristling, and it is breathtaking.
Well, I only say that because of where I live, where I choose to live, they call me a recluse, and so it's just really annoying.
Well, in the days of the Internet, it's no longer possible to be a recluse or having phone lines or fax lines.
Actually, you could look at it the exact opposite way. Now with the Internet and all the rest of technology, it is possible to be a recluse. In other words, you don't physically have to go anywhere. It all comes to you.
All comes to you.
Yeah, that's right.
Including people. In fact, this is a really elegant segue into what I was going to do before the break. Yesterday, I had an old friend of mine who was an optical and acoustic engineer drop by, who's been part of our project for several years. Just appeared suddenly out of nowhere on his way back from the East Coast, driving back to Los Angeles. More people have stopped by this mountain since I've been here.
That's right, I'm sure they have.
It's amazing the number of people who come to visit.
Listen, I want to pass along a quick message that comes to you from everybody in the Grassy Knoll. That's a chat room on AOL.
Mm-hmm.
It says, on behalf of everybody in the Grassy Knoll, Richard Hoagland is under a sentence of death, life, or whatever we can give him for every answer that goes any longer than 2 minutes.
The Grassy Knoll chat room, okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, John stopped by, and we were discussing Mars.
Right.
This is why it's a segue. And he pointed out something very intriguing and very disturbing, which gets back to why the Japanese may not trust us. Remember during one of the early shows when we were talking about the April 5th photos, and we were matching the fingerprints on the raw data?
That's right.
Those long, narrow lines going all the way down the 26-mile strip.
Sure.
That are kind of like the, scratches on film of an old Betty Grable movie or something.
Sure.
Well, John pointed out, because he deals with this technology on a commercial basis. That's one of the companies that he runs. And he deals with state-of-the-art around the world with telecines and whatever. And he knows the people who make these line-scan CCD arrays, which is the heart of Dr. Malin's camera. And he pointed out to me something that frankly had not really occurred to me, which was we shouldn't be seeing any lines at all, because the defects in the original manufacture of these camera systems have now been so radically reduced that the difference between one pixel and the adjoining pixel is like 0.001% or something. In other words, you wouldn't even see it. Certainly you wouldn't see it in the raw data. And so he got very disturbed by seeing it in the raw data and even in the finished data on some of Malin's images from other parts of Mars on Malin's own website. And he went through a scenario with me that frankly made my hair stand on end, because it's one more level of what are they really doing to us? How are they really jerking us around? Because it is his contention that this is a second level set of evidence, that the images we've seen of Sidonia are not raw data, that they have been cooked. And what he said could be done, and he explained to me how this could be done, and I said, well, you've got to write a paper on this and we'll put it on the web. He said that what they could do would be to basically take that camera and image a kind of a blank. And then, because of the way the scan works, it would register those CCD imperfections much more than the background. And then, like in Photoshop, you could layer that scan over the actual picture, which would have the effect of blurring and suppressing the real exquisite detail we'd like to see down on Mars.
Right.
And leave the impression of the CCD fingerprints, because that would be part of the process that you couldn't get rid of. And when he went through this to me, I looked at him and I asked myself, I said, John, there's got to be more than two people in the whole country of 260 million people that know this. To which he had a very short and very elegant answer. He says, yes, there are. And they're all working for NASA. The point is, you have a very limited technical club, Art, of people who are in the know on something so arcane. I keep using the term priesthood, and it's more than a metaphor. Because when you have people all feeding at the same federal trough for very scarce dollars, the bright guys that are looking at this and saying, uh-oh, they're not going to say anything in public. They're not going to come forward and corroborate what we're talking about right now, because if they do, their contracts go out the window tomorrow.
Has NASA yet made any definitive statements with regard to the Sidonia strips?
No.
No.
But what we're getting from our sources is that inside there is the most interesting war going on, intellectual war.
Inside NASA?
Inside NASA, among the honest crowd. Remember, I have always clearly divided NASA into two segments. The tiny handful of suppressors, the folks that simply don't want us to know. And then the majority of the agency, of the 20,000 people who go to work, who believe in the God, American pie, and the flag, and basically believe what I used to do, which is NASA thinks is sliced bread, that it was an incredible asset to the human condition. And they still believe that. And those folks always thought, because they had been manipulated by the suppressors over the years, over 20 years, as documented by McDaniel in his former incarnation, to believe that Sidonia was nonsense, that we're crazy, that Sidonia is just a pile of rocks, etc., etc. It's those people looking at even this altered data from Sidonia on the three passes in April, who, according to our sources now, are really at loggerheads, because they can see things on these images that are not geological, not natural, not explicable by any processes they understand. And they are absolutely terrified, because it means that A, they're going to have to confront the artificial hypothesis square in the face, unintended, and B, there's a huge political problem, because if they were to do this in public before November 8th, then Bill Clinton might wind up losing the chance of regaining Democratic control of the House and Senate. The Republicans, all right, to go to the other side of the fence, they don't want this to come out before November 8th, because they might stand the chance of losing control of the House and Senate. So everybody is kind of in frozen mode.
Yeah.
And there's going to be nothing happen until after the election.
Well, here again, Richard, this honestly is the only reason I can imagine the Japanese are expending incredible amounts of money to send a mission to Mars, and it's because they don't believe what's come from us or what's come from the Russians. What other possible reason could there be?
I think, I mean, if you want me to say the obvious, I think you're absolutely right. And I think that it is so important that given the possibility that an earthquake in Japan, in the Ring of Fire, might damage the launch site, they have gone to the extraordinary length of putting this spacecraft in Earth parking orbit where it has a reasonable probability of lasting, because things in space do tend to last a long time, till they can send it to Mars.
Yeah, but this indicates a certain desperation to get there.
No. It indicates a certain urgency. In other words,
urgency.
we have always said, those of us that have been on this trail now for 15 years. In fact, I said it on the back of the Monuments of Mars, the work that I wrote to describe this investigation from the beginning. I said either these images are a complete waste of time, or this is the most important discovery in the history of mankind. There's nothing in between.
Yeah.
And obviously now you know where I think we should vote. Well, it looks like the Japanese are agreeing with us. About time somebody agreed with the nature of what we've been discussing. And Graham Hancock has come on board with his new book, The Mars Mystery. And others are slowly coming around. I mean, I saw great quotes in Graham's book from Mark Carlotto, where for years he'd been sitting on the fence. And then he, took a new look at all this data, including some of the early work that we did, through a methodology called Bayesian statistics. And, he used to be kind of a fence sitter. He'd say, well, it's 50-50. Now he's saying it's like 90-10. Dr. Tom Van Flandern, who is no slouch when it comes to thinking, he's giving odds now. When he came to the University of New Mexico to do our seminar here a couple of weeks ago, he was giving odds, you better hold on to your seat on this one, of 10 to the 31 to 1 in favor of intelligence.
Brother.
That's 10 followed by 31 zeros.
In favor
of intelligence. In other words, it's a lead pipe cinch. There is no way to escape from the fact that Cydonia is artificial, period, end of discussion. Let's move on to what the hell does it mean. So the fact that the Japanese are sending a mission, and are talking manned mission, and are sending a mission 5 months early to put it in parking orbit so they absolutely, positively can get this thing launched in space in case their launch site goes away, is some indication, maybe, finally, that somebody beside us crazies thinks this is important for the human condition. Or at least
look, with regard to our origins, there are fewer important questions, maybe whether there's life after death, and we may find that out when we know more about our origins, so it could all be answered at once. It's an important question, and I can understand the Japanese feel that way about it. So anyway, it was a mystery, and I had to ask you about it. Here's another little item for you. As you know, there were movies recently, Deep Impact, then Armageddon, and now a UPI story in front of me, dated July 14th, today. A new NASA program to detect, track, and characterize potentially dangerous asteroids and comets that could approach Earth is being set up at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena. NASA's Near-Earth Object Program Office will try to locate at least 90% of the estimated 2,000 asteroids and comets that approach the Earth and are larger than about 2/3 of a mile in diameter by the end of the decade. So now, all of a sudden, they're in a big rush, Richard, to identify at least 90% of these, which was no big deal. What are we to imagine? That Deep Impact and similar end-of-the-world movies have driven NASA to suddenly cut loose the money to do this, or what?
Well, I have a more complicated scenario. I began watching this whole asteroid mania, or meteor mania, or comet mania, at least a year ago, with a series of specials that appeared on every major network simultaneously, all within a week. TBS, CNN, NBC, the Sci-Fi Channel. I'm not being exhaustive, but all of them ran, and I have tape copies in the archives of all of these specials that hit within a week, following on print media. The London Economist a couple of years ago started with a cover story in The Economist, of all things, with a large picture of an asteroid and a spaceship floating next to it that was actually a painting by Chesley Bonestell that I, many, many years ago, helped design. I mean, there's a long story. We won't go into that tonight. But it's like suddenly there was this gestalt. And after being ignored, after Gene Shoemaker and his work for years and years and years had been ignored,
yes,
suddenly, simultaneously, on all available outlets, there was this dawning awareness, culminating with a very dramatic dramatization of a news station broadcasting a live interrupt from the Pentagon of a couple of asteroids hitting somewhere over Scotland and England.
Yes.
Airbursts. And then the call letters of the station, by the way, were WENN, when. And this went through, and ultimately you had a gal named Shannon something or other standing in front of New York City,
yes,
describing the impacts coming across the Atlantic, and the solemn voice of the head of Space Guard, which was supposed to be one of these asteroid warning centers, intoning on air that it wasn't random asteroids, as the Pentagon was saying, it was pieces of the tail of Hale-Bopp. And that we were passing through the tail, which in fact does occur now every January 3rd, and that it was those pieces that were raining down and were going to cause untold havoc and destruction. And just as they cut to the reporter standing in front of New York City, there's a huge airburst, and she and New York disappear in a fireball of flame, and the whole thing goes dead. So I'm looking at all this, and then of course we have the announcement of Spielberg's movie Deep Impact, and then we have Bruce Willis doing Armageddon.
Yeah.
And it doesn't take a rocket scientist, Art, to say, does somebody maybe know something?
I really do agree with that. I mean, I have come to be a believer in synchronicity, and...
Well, I'm a believer in leaks. And a believer in leaks for those who are in the know.
Do you think somebody in Hollywood had a sit-down meeting with somebody way high up in government, probably even higher than the government we've elected, and they said, look, you're going to have to start doing some movies about the possibility of something from space, because...
Well, we had the scare from Brian Marsden, my good friend at the Smithsonian.
Well, I mean, there's another data point, as you would like to point out, usually.
Yes.
Yeah, in other words, they said, well, here's something that may hit in whatever it was, 2048 or whatever. Yep. And for a day or so...
it was revised.
Yeah, but for a day or so, we thought maybe that's it.
That's right. Now, remember, a few weeks ago, we had a remarkable announcement, which was that if, in fact, an asteroid or comet or something is identified on a collision course prior to impact,
right?
They're not going to tell us.
No, as a matter of fact, after that 2048 announcement, NASA sent out a memo to all organizations that get any NASA money that anybody who announces something coming at Earth early, they want 72 hours of delay. Anybody who announces it any earlier than that loses their budget.
And of course, given the uncertainties and the sketchy sky patrols and the lack of money up until this announcement out of JPL, most of the warning you'd probably get would be in the order of 72 hours. Now, if people were alerted, given that most of the stuff that would get hit by is small enough that you could safely get out of the area, you'd want to give some people some warning to leave. At least you would think that someone would want to give somebody warning so they could leave. In other words...
Well, it's a mixed message. Let's say it was going to hit Los Angeles. I'm tired of picking on New York. Let's say it was going to hit L.A.
Okay.
Even with the great highways and so forth they have in L.A., they would probably compute, depending on how big the object was, that there would be more people killed in the panic trying to get out than might be killed by the object.
Well, given that a small object, a few tens of feet across, would be the equivalent of a 30 to 50 megaton airburst, and that would effectively eliminate several million people. Even in an all-out mass panic, you're not going to kill several million people, so the numbers there don't wash butt. This is all the downside. The good side is, and this is what I want to talk about tonight, I have just published on the web this very extensive 50-page hyperdimensional paper.
I know.
And I want to go through how what's in that paper and what we already know exists makes this problem. This asteroid impact or comet impact problem, moot. This is a false problem. We are being diverted by somebody from looking at real problems with a false problem. And when we have more time after the top of the hour, I want to go through what we can do.
All right, well, I will say this much, and that is, hold on, Richard, that those who have read Richard's paper have declared it to be a sound, scientific, easy to understand, well-written paper. It's on the web now, and if you would be so kind as to, for all the other reasons, go up to my website, which is www.artbell.com. Then scroll down to Richard Hoagland's name, jump across to the Enterprise website, and read some of it. Let's see what you think. I am told by those who have read it that it is good, well-written, sound, and scientific. So, with that, Richard C. Hoagland back when we are. We just had an announcement today that the last 6 months of weather has been the hottest in the recorded history of the world. Paul, who is in Dallas, writes, "Hi, Art. We're burning up here in Dallas, even with the window air conditioner on. As a matter of fact, in Texas now, there are over 20 dead with the high temperatures. Out west here, the temperatures are also absolutely outrageous." Richard, do you have anything to say about this weird weather that we've been having?
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the reasons I wrote this paper. As we said on the last show we did, when we talked about the hyperdimensional physics model, for many years, since actually the late 80s, 88, 89, when Torrin and I figured out the geometry at Cydonia, and then compared notes with Stan Tenen, and Stan pointed us in the direction of some of these hyperdimensional models which have existed in the mathematical literature for over 100 years.
Right.
I have wanted to put together the meat on the bones to really, put teeth into the idea that all of these weirdnesses, all of these strangenesses, all of the things that people are talking about, that you talk about, that listeners call in about, that various guests talk about, all have a coherent theme and could be explained by an appropriate model. Now, I never imagined that it would be the hyperdimensional model that would ultimately wind up making very specific predictions and probably is going to be the explanation that ties all this stuff together, but that looks like where we are going. So, while you were in Paris, in fact, even before, I sat down and finally did what I've been threatening to do for 10 years, and I put together a very comprehensive 50-page with all the links and references, including to our earlier work, the Message of Cydonia paper, which is also on our website. And we put that out there now to basically let everyone, both technically literate and technically non-literate alike, have at this model and look and basically critique it to see if it makes sense. And what it does, Art, is it pulls together a lot of these disparate threads, and it makes very important predictions, among others, regarding the weather, or climate. We should actually talk about climate, because that's the long-term trend of weather.
Right.
And geophysics, or Earth changes. And what we tried to do is to back up the hot button issues that everybody talks about, weather and earthquakes and stuff, with a lot of other data that is more subtle and more technical, but is equally critical, equally important. And I've had a range now of feedback from physicists and astronomers. I mean, even Tom Van Flandern, who is, as I said earlier in the show, an exquisite thinker, a pioneer in his own right, who does not see eye to eye with me on everything. And I pride myself that he and I respect each other enough that we can disagree. We can agree to disagree.
Right.
He called me up, and he said, first of all, he says, I need page 12. I'm missing page 12. So I promised to send him page 12. The second thing was, he says, I'm not convinced, but I'm very impressed. And he says, damn it, it's really getting to me. This is interesting.
Yeah, I've got to say that that's the response I've been getting, too. I've had a lot of emails and faxes, Richard, from people who say, It's a very cogent presentation there. And while they previously have not understood altogether what you were saying, they do now. So it's quite well written, I guess.
Thank you. And again, what I'm looking for are both technical feedback from physicists and astronomers and astrophysicists and others who will know the minutiae of what we're referring to, and who will be able to read some of the links, like Whitaker's papers, that for the first time in almost 100 years, except for Tom Bearden's publishing of them, have seen the light of day. These are papers that literally, almost 100 years ago, united gravity and electromagnetism in a way that everybody thought Einstein did. But he was not the first. Maxwell and then later Whitaker were actually the first to really do this. And many other technical aspects of this. I want technical feedback because...
Okay, well, listen, but for the layman, when we begin to see all this volcanism, and there's a lot of it going on around the world right now...
There is.
The latest being the earthquake a couple hours ago at Mammoth. And we see this incredible, profound weather change. I saw pictures of crops earlier tonight on CNN in Texas that were burned literally to a crisp. I mean, they simply don't exist. They're gone. Why? What's going on?
Well, the Gore model, Al Gore, Vice President of the United States.
Yes.
Is taking his cue from the experts that are talking to him at NASA, at NOAA, various agencies like that. And they're basically saying, okay, Al, this is global warming due to fossil fuels. All right? The bigger view is that may be a small component of it. But it can't be affecting the weather on Mars. It can't be affecting the weather on Titan. It can't be affecting the weather out on Neptune. There is a solar system set of changes, which if you follow the literature...
Okay, are you saying that there are similar changes taking place on Mars, on Titan?
Yes. And they're cyclic. As I point out over and over again in this paper, the hyperdimensional paper on the website, the key difference between the hyperdimensional model and all the other models is the hyperdimensional model predicts variability. Very strong variability, both short-term and long-term. So you will have a trend where it will get very, very hot for a while, and then it will change and it will get very, very cold. The El Nino, for instance, if you've been watching the NASA site, in 1 week they went off the Galapagos from El Nino conditions, very warm, very desert-like conditions around the Galapagos.
Right.
And in 1 week they went to cold water where they've had algae blooms that are the greatest they've seen in 100 years. 1 week. Now, geophysical changes normally take place over, years or decades.
Very slowly.
Or very, very slowly.
Yeah.
A characteristic signature of the hyperdimensional model is very short-term changes because this stuff is not normal thermodynamics. It's changes in the way heat is actually exchanged between atoms and weather systems and volcanoes and the mantle of the earth and the surface and processes that are explainable by long-term processes don't apply to these processes. So the prediction is you're going to see a lot of very rapid changes in all kinds of things that are unprecedented because the long-term model, our model, says we're entering into a period in the whole life cycle of the solar system where things are going to get a lot more interesting, a lot more chaotic, a lot more changeable, and the short-term effects will be weather, hot, cold, changes in jet streams, changes in weather patterns, changes in everything.
Do you have any sense of timelines? I mean, we are mortal beings, and I'm used to the thought that these changes are, occur over millions of years, not a couple of years.
Okay, let me give you some specific data that's not in the paper, because if I put everything we know in the paper, it would have been a book.
Sure.
In fact, it will be a book. This is going to be a good chunk of the next book, the sequel to The Monuments of Mars I'm trying to write.
Okay.
So be a spare time. With a lot more reference, a lot more data. For the last 10 years or so, there have been 2 major drilling projects going on, both in the northern climates, northern polar regions in the Greenland ice cap, and down at the South Pole, We have been doing drilling, and the Russians have been doing drilling. And they've gone down deep enough, a mile or two, to where they've got about 200,000 years of data.
They pull up core samples?
They pull up cores of ice, and the theory here is that it snows, and then it compacts, and it snows, and it compacts. And so snow eventually turns to ice.
Right.
It eventually turns to very hard ice. And down near the bottom, if you pick the right place to drill, that ice has not been disturbed. It hasn't moved, certainly hasn't melted, in hundreds of thousands or maybe a million years. That's some of the current models, all right?
Okay.
In the ice, there are little bubbles of air trapped. And in those little bubbles of air, they can sample when they bring up the cores and slice them and put them in these cold sheds and tag them and catalog them and all that. They can thin section, meaning they take a little saw and they saw these long cores into fine slices. And then they can basically measure how deep that slice came from, which, based on certain assumptions about snowfall and compaction and all that, it translates to the number of years since that snow saw the light of day. And so then they sample the little air bubbles in that ice at that depth, and that tells them what the atmosphere was doing and the temperature and the climate, etc., at that incredibly distant point far back in time, going back like 200,000 years. And what they found in trying to figure out ice ages, for instance, is that in as short as a year or 5 years, you can go from warm, almost tropical climate to glacial. Overnight. Just like you turn off a light switch. And then it reverts suddenly, just as suddenly. And this, when they found this a couple of years ago, the data was so unbelievable that, of course, nobody believed them. Now they have from both poles enough data to show that not only does this occur, but we can go from very warm to very cold, just like you turn off a light switch, and back again. But unlike all the glacial models that have been proposed for driving glacial cycles, the Milankovitch cycle is the most predominant one that is tagged to the Earth's orbit and the way it changes ellipticity and the axis of the Earth wiggles back and forth and all that.
Right.
Which predicts that you'd have glaciation in one hemisphere. What they're seeing in this core data from both poles is it's occurring simultaneously in both hemispheres, which none of their models can allow for. The hyperdimensional model easily accounts for that, both in terms of both poles simultaneously and the short time span. Because what the hyperdimensional model is basically saying is that the environment of this planet, of the entire solar system, is basically determined by the changing positions of the planets we know, predominantly Jupiter and Saturn, and now by probably a couple of guys far out there that we don't know yet, that have not been found yet, which move very slowly. And because the farther you are from the sun, the slower a planet moves. Mercury goes around in 88 days. Pluto takes 250 years. The planets I'm talking about, they go around in periods as long as 2,000 years or even 26,000 years for the last one that I'm thinking might be out there. The phase relationships, the time it takes for them to change angle with each other,
yes,
to hit certain of these so-called tetrahedral hyperdimensional angles, like 120 degrees, 60 degrees, 90 degrees, is very, very long time scale. So those would drive the huge cycles. And the inner guys, and I include Saturn and Jupiter as the inner guys, drive much shorter cycles. You can think of it as if you kind of imagine a big bank of heaters, all right, and somebody's standing by a set of rheostats,
right,
and they're turning the rheostat. And one guy is turning them on a time scale of several days, up and down, up and down. And another guy at the other end of the hall, this huge power plant, let's say, is turning his dial every few minutes, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So the big cycles are driven by the outer guys, and then those are modulated by the much more rapid rotation around the sun of the inner guys. You have cycles on cycles on cycles. And those cycles basically are changing the properties of space-time itself in this model.
Is there any way through this model for you to tell me in the near term what we have to look forward to?
more change. In other words, the long-term trend is you're going to have more available energy, if we're correct. And on that more energy, which has to go somewhere, the phasings of the inner guys, Jupiter, Saturn primarily, will result in shorter-term changes, and the inner guys, Mercury and Venus and Mars, determine even shorter cycles. So you'll have very rapid switches because there's a lot more energy running around in the system, and this energy doesn't just drive weather or the geology, earthquakes and volcanoes. It drives everything.
Yeah, well, the importance of this to us is we actually exist and live in an environment that operates, at least for the human being, on a kind of a thin line. I mean, you can't take very many degrees of change either up or down and expect us to grow crops where we have been growing them, to have large human populations in the coastal areas where they have been, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So a very small change can produce a very, very big effect. Are we about to have a very big effect? Or more accurately, are we having it?
We're having it, Art. And unless we get our facts straight and our model straight and our physics straight, there's not a damn thing we're going to be able to do about it. Remember, the first step in affecting your environment is understanding your environment. If you think it's because you're dumping fossil fuels in the atmosphere and you produce a whole bunch of laws to stop that, and it ain't that at all.
And it doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
Yeah, I have no idea why it's happening. I just observe it is happening.
It is happening, and it's happening on a very short time frame. And that's the key
I can see that. I can see that, a very short time frame. In other words, if you can project, and I can in my own mind, that we get as much change in the next 2 years, say, as we have had in the last 2 years, we're going to be in a pretty precarious position.
In the normal course of events, over the recorded history which we've known, all right, the sun has been very constant. In fact, back in the early parts of the century when the Smithsonian was actually measuring...
Hey, Richard, can you hold for a second?
Absolutely.
I'm right up against a time deadline. Stand by. We'll be right back. When I start talking about this sort of thing, the weather changes, the volcanism, the earthquakes and so forth, I start getting these angry political faxes, people who hate Al Gore or hate the president, which is fine. I don't care if they hate him. But they get angry at me for spreading the lies of those who are saying this is occurring. Now, maybe Vice President Gore is wrong about global warming. Who the hell knows? But the weather obviously is changing. And so I don't see why people are getting angry about that. It's just a fact. It's right in front of us. It's occurring right now.
Well, when you see records broken, I mean, the British Meteorological Office has no hold with, Gore or Clinton or whatever.
I know it. I know it.
And there are other people on the other side of the aisle politically. I want to talk about Francis Barwood in a little while.
Yeah, I do too.
Who is very important in bringing to light a lot of things that are now kind of kept in the closet that will provide us solutions. And she's obviously not in the Gore camp. But the point is that this is an apolitical problem. This is neither Republican or Democrat or liberal or independent or libertarian. This is a terrestrial problem. And given that we've been looking at data that's beyond the Earth, of outer planets and long-term time trends, to ascribe this to very short-term historical usage of certain fossil fuels or whatever is to miss the point. That we don't know everything there is to know about astronomy and physics and geology and chemistry and all that, and that's why we fund sciences. And what Gore is depending upon is the best input he's getting, which is not the secret black budget input. It is the mainstream, common NASA, what the hell is going on input. And unless there are more models on the table to choose from, you can see the effect, you won't know the cause. And what I'm trying to do tonight is to point at another possibilities for the cause, because unless we figure out the cause, we're not going to come up with the correct solution.
Is there a solution?
Yes, there is.
Now let us take your hyperdimensional paper at face value and say we understand it, we believe it is so. How can you take what you know and apply it to an actual solution?
Well, it depends on the problem. Remember your friend Michio Kaku?
Yes.
And his wonderful discussion of Type 0, Type 1, Type 2 civilization.
Yes, sir.
Which, by the way, he borrowed from the Russians. It was a Russian named Kardashev who actually first came up with this concept back in the 50s. And his companion author, Shklovsky, I.S. Shklovsky, who wrote a book with Carl Sagan called Intelligent Life of the Universe, where the concept of civilizations being graded according to type, basically according to how much energy they control. That's the mechanism of grading.
Okay.
And I don't know offhand. Let me see if I remember what it was. Type 0 was you control basically, enough energy to run lights on a continent. A Type 1 controls energy on a planetary scale. A Type 2 controls energy on a stellar scale. And a Type 3 controls energy on a galactic scale.
Okay.
We need to go from 0 to Type 1. And that's the long and the short of it.
All right. How do we do that?
This physics provides us with mechanisms to alter the behavior of parts of the environment we don't like. In other words, what's the real cause of earthquakes? Is it plates sliding past each other, the zipper effect that we've all been told for years and years and years?
That's what we've been told.
That's what we've been told. So why, the other day, I think you had Standeo on, okay, and he was talking about earthquakes at the South Pole?
Yep.
There aren't any plates at the South Pole, boys and girls, but there is a hyperdimensional hotspot, like there is on the North Pole of Saturn. On our website, if you go and you look at this paper, you will see a composite image that I've created.
There are no plates on the South Pole?
No.
Then how can they have earthquakes?
Exactly. You got your finger on it.
No, I don't. I heard what you said. That's all.
Activity at the South Pole. Mount Erebus has been burping and doing interesting things, which is the major volcano down in the Antarctic. But there are no plates that are rifting apart the South Pole. If there were, Antarctica would not have remained a continent. All right, it would have sundered like the African rift. The Rift Valley is tearing Africa apart.
Well, now, wait a minute. This has got to be, then, a big challenge for geologists. I mean, what would they say? If you said to a geologist, there are no plates there, how can they have earthquakes? What would the geologist say?
Well, there are no plates on the East Coast, and there are no plates under the Madras Fault. Some of the worst earthquakes have occurred in the middle of continents. I mean, that's just historical data. The theory as to why you get terrible earthquakes along the Madras Fault is kind of lagging. We've only had the theory of plate tectonics, Art, since the 1960s. Since the Glomar Challenger and the people at Lamont Doherty went around and dug, drilled cores around in the bottoms of most of the oceans, and came up with this idea. It's a theory, not fact. It's a theory. Now, it seems to explain quite a few things, but there are a lot of things about geophysics that the plate tectonic theory does not explain.
But they have, with lasers, for example, measured the movement of plates against each other.
I'm not saying the plates are not moving. I'm just saying that that's not the ultimate answer to all earthquakes and all geophysical activity.
Okay.
And what's going on at the South Pole right now is pretty interesting because the hyperdimensional model predicts that not only are you going to see a lot of activity, but that's probably the reason why you're getting a lot of melting. All right?
And by the way, there is a lot of, that's another story I'm following.
Yep.
They're talking about the possibility now, Richard, of the whole damn thing melting.
Yep.
And if that occurred, sea levels, they say, could rise by as much as 50 feet.
That's because of the bathtub effect.
Now, 50 feet. Do you know what would happen if sea levels rose 50 feet?
Why do you think I'm not in New York?
I guess you know what would occur.
Yes. In other words, if you take the ice and you plunk it down off the continent into the ocean.
Majority of our population lives right along that.
That's right.
Either one of the coasts.
That's right.
Yeah.
So major planetary changes that are kind of happening because of much bigger reasons than, burning coal are critical to figure out so we can do something. All right? Now, how do you do something?
That's my question.
You have to go to a Type 1. You must control the energies on a planetary scale, and that means you have to think in terms of generators, in terms of grid points. Remember we keep talking about latitudes and longitudes in this dimensional model.
Yes.
Well, we have relics. We have ancient architecture scattered around this planet that that our guys have now told us are basically tombs.
The pyramids.
Pyramids. Maybe they weren't tombs. Maybe, as our physics predicts, they are huge hyperdimensional transducers sitting atop critical points on the global grid as an effort by a previous cycle of civilization to control this energy on a planetary scale and to keep Earth habitable for people living in certain regions.
If that is true, then it should be pointed out they ain't here anymore and we are.
Because maybe the problem was bigger than even they thought. In other words, there are escalating sets of problems. There's the short-term stuff of climate and weather and volcanoes. And the easiest way to get around volcanoes and earthquakes is not to live where they occur. All right? We know pretty well now where it's dangerous to live. And we know pretty well where climate-wise it's not good to try to maintain a civilization. But in terms of the biggest problem of all, I mean, let's hit it right on the head.
But wait a minute. Let's not leave what you just said.
Okay.
Don't live where these problems occur. Take the Ring of Fire, Richard.
That's right.
It runs all the way up South America. It runs right up the west coast of America, on up through Alaska, over to Japan, and on around. Now, you're talking about, I don't know, maybe an eighth of the world's population, maybe more. So you can't just blow right by that. Don't live where the problem is. I mean, there's a lot of people.
You know, the problem is that if you live where the problem is and it gets too severe, you're not going to be living. In other words, it is a self-correcting problem. It's like living on a river delta or living in an arroyo. You range in the mountains, you put your tent in the arroyo, you're not going to have a tent. If you're not careful, you're not going to have yourself.
Well, but I would imagine that your hyper-dimensional physics model offers answers that don't require everybody moving away from these areas.
Provided the government, the structure we have established, promote the common defense.
Yes.
Turns its energies from killing people to defending us from the very physics that makes life possible. In other words, this requires a combination of foresight, vision, resources, and cooperation on a scale the human race is not known for.
But killing people is very important. We have a big budget for killing people.
Well, we could have a big budget for protecting people from being killed.
What a revolutionary idea.
Isn't that? We're up for some major changes, Art, whether we want them or not. And one of the things that I like about your show, even though I don't agree with everybody, including Ed Dames, what Ed Dames does is he gets people off their butt to think about the unthinkable. It goes to the core. It's basically an emotional, catch, but it gets people thinking that it's not going to go on the way it has.
Well, one thing about Ed Dames, whatever you believe, a lot of what he has predicted in the past is going on now.
Well, wouldn't it be interesting if Ed Dames' real source of information was a hyperdimensional model in some backroom computer at the NSA?
Could be.
And all he's doing is providing data that is acquired not by remote viewing but by science.
Well, Ed Dames could be black ops. I'm accused of it all the time. So he could be. I mean, he could be getting his information as you just described. Maybe that's where I'm getting it.
Well, the point is that I kind of agree with the Gestalt, which is to awaken people, to get them out of their lethargy, to look outside and see the sun shining and blue sky and say, oh, this is going to go on forever, because it's not. Now, you can be a doomsayer and say there's not a damn thing we can do about it. What's that great line, bend over, kiss your goodbye?
That's right.
Or you can take the high road and say, okay, let's figure this out and let's see if there's something we can do that's intelligent.
I'd rather do that because I've got a bit of a belly now and I can't make that bend.
Well, that's my approach too. And remember, I didn't start out even beginning to think in this direction. I started out 15 years ago with a few colleagues looking at possible ruins on Mars. And where we wind up tonight is a physics which is predictive, which has stunning correlations. Things are coming true about this physics even as we speak, and I'm going to tell you about one now.
Okay, well, I think you're really on to something. Having said that, again, I press my question. If we had control of this physics and this energy, what could we possibly do to avert what otherwise will occur as a natural cycle?
All right, let me try to give you a couple of analogies. which people may or may not be familiar with, and I may have to give a little history here, so the grassy knoll folks are going to freak out. Remember the rage a few years ago about superconductivity?
Yes.
There was a physicist at the University of Texas named, I think his name was Chu, and he came up with a breakthrough following on a couple of guys at IBM in Zurich, a so-called room temperature superconductor.
I recall.
For the folks who may have forgotten, when you put current through an ordinary wire at room temperature, it basically dissipates heat because of resistance in the wire.
Correct.
Even a good wire, copper or silver.
Correct. That's correct.
All right. We use in our technology this effect to make light bulbs. All right. Thomas Edison found that certain materials were very resistant, and when you push current through them, they glow.
That's right.
You put them in a vacuum tube.
They produce heat as well.
They produce heat and light, and most of your light bulbs produce far more heat than they produce light. The efficiency is what?
If you doubt that, go touch your 100-watt light bulb after it's been on for about 10 minutes. And
many, many years ago, maybe 100 years ago, there was he wasn't Swedish, he was, I think, Norwegian, a guy named Kamerlik Owen, who was a physicist in Scandinavia, who discovered by cooling mercury, just the liquid metal mercury,
right,
that if he cooled it down low enough, suddenly it lost all resistance to electricity.
Right.
It became superconductive.
Right.
Now, the quest has been among engineers and technologists who thought this was a kind of a neat thing. Suppose you could make a material that would have this aspect
superconductive ability at room temperature.
At somewhere close to room temperature.
That's been the Holy Grail.
The Holy Grail of a lot of technology, because you can imagine that you could produce generators the size of, I'm going to be exaggerating here, thimbles that would produce enough power for an entire city.
Well, you could produce certainly generators that would be far more efficient. Line losses in transmission lines would disappear. It would be a revolution, yes.
At all different levels. And in the 1980s, under the Reagan administration, when Dr. Chu at the University of Houston, I think, produced something kind of close to room temperature, you only had to cool it with liquid nitrogen.
Right.
Which is a lot cheaper than liquid helium, which they've had to cool previous superconductors. It looked like we'd have maglev trains and all kinds of other things.
Sure.
And they were announcing the Holy Grail had been achieved, the new millennium. Nothing ever happened, did it? There still is no.
No, it went quiet.
It went very quiet. Well, that's that's a whole other show, all right? The point is that I got very intrigued as we got into the hyperdimensional model. Why does superconductivity exist at all? And it turns out, all right, it turns out that it's because of hyperdimensional physics.
All right. Now, in behalf of those in the grassy knoll, I'm going to stop you because we're at the top of the hour. So they win. Hold on, Richard. When we get back, I'm going to press Richard because I want to know if we developed this physics. And you can read about it. Richard has a paper that is worth the reading, and we want scientific feedback on it on his website, available through mine at www.artbell.com. If we could, then how would we apply it to changing what seems to be occurring? We'll see. Back now to Richard C. Hoagland. And Richard, I've got a fax I want to read, but first I want to re-ask my question one more time. If we have mastered the energy available to us by hyperdimensional physics, how could we apply it practically to change what appears to lie ahead?
Okay, let me go back to my analogy with superconductivity.
Yes.
The reason that light bulbs shine is because of resistance in the wire.
Gotcha.
The energy is going through the wire. It's being blocked.
Mm-hmm.
It's suffering collisions, resistance, and the energy of flow is being transformed into randomness energy of heat.
Right.
And light.
Right.
By direct analogy, and it's really more than a metaphor, it's actually at the core of the physics. The way you prevent earthquakes is to keep the energy from dissipating and make it coherent once again. So it flows through the earth without losses. So it doesn't dissipate and cause problems. Now, that's a very large-scale explanation for a very complex subject, but that's in essence what you have to do. And one can start on the laboratory scale. One can scale up to, a county-size scale. Remember a few months ago the Russians were offering services to the Indonesians
to create a cyclone.
To create cyclones?
Yep.
Tom Bearden, by the way, on our next appearance, I would like to appear with Tom Bearden, who is acknowledged at the top of this paper. Tom Bearden is a U.S. Army physicist, retired, who's probably done more single-handedly to resurrect the real Maxwell equations and to point us in the right direction. And he has been claiming for years, Art, that the Russians really have a handle on this physics and have been using it primarily as a military weapon. Now, what's remarkable is that when they made that offer to, I believe it was the Indonesians, or was it Singapore? I forget exactly what southeastern country it was, southeastern Asian country. The only possible way that they could have offered that, to create a cyclone and to put out those fires,
right,
is if they have control of this hyperdimensional technology, which may be known to other people as Tesla technology. Because the name Nikola Tesla must factor very heavily in the discussion of how do you convert from theory to a practical engineering to important things.
All right. So this could slowly be built to literally a planetary scale.
It may not have to be slowly. This is where Frances Barwood comes back into the picture.
Yeah, let's talk about Frances. Very important. She's going to do a radio program, by the way, today.
That's right.
This morning on KFYI. She's going to be filling in for Barry Young.
Yes, in fact, the last time she did that, I was one of her guests.
Really?
Yes. Yes, it was a year ago.
Now, here's what I find to be really, really intriguing. She's in this race now in Arizona for... she's running to be
Secretary of State.
And her opponent has gazillions of dollars. And she has almost no dollars.
Yep.
And she's actually, I'm hearing that she's ahead in the polls.
She is winning in the polls because people are smart.
Incredible.
This is wondrously incredible, and it basically goes to my Jeffersonian streak, which is that most people, provided the right information, will make the right decision.
Well, this has not been the case in the past, though.
No, but remember, the physics is changing. And this physics, by the way, affects people. I don't want to digress here from Francis, but let's get back to its consciousness application down the line in the next few minutes. Let's take with Francis. The reason that I am really supporting Francis, up to and including the point of showing up at a fundraising dinner next Monday night, July 20th, Magic July 20th, in downtown Phoenix at the Tempe Mission Palms Hotel Resort. We are holding a fundraiser for the Barwood campaign, and I am one of the speakers. She's the other one. And we're going to provide a lot of new data, particularly in terms of the Phoenix Lights and their relationship to the hyperdimensional model. Remember, Frances is being creamed in the local Phoenix press and by the local Republican Party because she dared, like the kid in that Dickens novel, what was the Oliver Twist? You know, when the little kid said, "Can I have some more, sir?"
Yep.
And she stood up and said, "Can I have an explanation, sir? You know, what were these lights?"
Yeah.
And they have creamed her for daring to ask the unthinkable question.
I know.
Simply for asking the question of doing her job for her constituents and saying, what the hell flew over this city that was 2 miles wide and was seen by tens of thousands of people that you don't want to talk about? And everything in the kitchen sink has been thrown at an honest political representative who dared ask the unthinkable. And the neatest thing is that her opponent has $200,000. I think Frances Worcester at the last count was, $1,000, I think I heard tonight. And yet she is beating her opponent in every county that I have data now for in terms of polling in Arizona. Now this is telling you something profound. It means that people are listening to radio. They're listening to your show. They're listening to the local radio shows there. They're listening to her positions. She has some very interesting positions on a wide range of issues, but her core issue is really our openness in government. It's basically, if you believe in the Constitution, if you believe in government of, by, and for people, at some point people have to count. And Frances Barwood is a lone voice saying, people should count.
That's right.
And that's why on Monday night on the 20th at the Tempe Palms, I'm going to be showing up. It's one of these dinners where you actually, they charge you some money, and then a major percentage of that money goes to the candidate.
Sure.
And what I decided to do, because we had a major political win in terms of openness, you and I, on this show, with a lot of help from our friends listening tonight all across the country, demonstrated that if enough people demand, a la Jefferson, redress grievances from their government, even this government, something can happen, something magical. We got the pictures, Art, by demanding NASA give them to us.
It is true. It is true. We did.
And what I want to do is to go to Arizona, to Phoenix, and talk to a bunch of people in a room that are going to pay $85 a couple to have dinner with us and to see some remarkable data, including the STS-80 film, which we're going to show, to discuss...
Oh, you're going to show STS-80 there?
STS-80.
Really?
Yep.
You've been torturing us with that film now for about a year and a half.
Well, I'm kind of trying to be careful. And we showed it at the University of New Mexico a couple of weeks ago.
Blows people away. I mean, it really blows people away.
Well, Whitley Strieber gave you a very accurate report.
Oh, yes.
He was blown away. When he was here, when I took him to dinner...
Everybody is. I was, too.
I gave him a copy, and I said, go away and look at it. Well, he did. And he went on your show, and he kind of gushed.
I know.
The kind of thing to gush about. Now, coming back to Frances, the reason it's important that people turn out and support her at this dinner is, A, she needs money. She needs money for signs, she needs money for campaign stuff, the usual stuff.
Sure.
But more important is, if you want to see a reason why she should be elected, remember, the Secretary of State of the state of Arizona is a heartbeat away from the governorship.
Right.
And the history of Arizona politics is kind of interesting.
Oh, it's fascinating.
More governors
come
have
and go.
wound up leaving unceremoniously.
I know.
And the Secretary of State sliding into the governorship. So in essence, this is really, guys and gals, an election for possibly the next governor of the state of Arizona. Now, can you imagine a person with Frances Barwood's integrity and mettle and strength of character and determination to serve, being in a position of being governor of one of the 50 states and being able to say to the federal government, you open the files. You tell me why we're doing this and this and this, why you're flying over our seventh largest city in the United States, et cetera, et cetera.
I know.
And can you understand why the powers that be will do everything, including maybe move the damn planet, to keep her from being elected?
I know.
And yet at the grassroots level, the message is getting through, her integrity is getting through, and I am not making this up. There was a poll recently, and this is how curious the politics are in Arizona. There was a poll recently conducted in most of the major counties, and the local media reported the governor's, numbers and the treasurer numbers. They did not report the Secretary of State numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So Frances had to call a source that was privy to those numbers.
Yeah.
And we cannot reveal the source because that's how hatchet these politics are now. But it turned out that the reason they weren't reporting them is because against her opponent, who has $200,000 to her $1,000 tonight, Frances is winning.
Well, maybe I believe in miracles. I mean, if you look at the recent California elections, there's been a similar pattern, and the people with the money in California lost.
They go down like a streamlined anvil.
Yeah, and that's something really new.
It's really new because people are beginning to get it, that money does not translate to integrity or honesty or service or anything. Now, there's one more very important point. There are two data points coming up on this very tightly contested election. The next data point for Frances is the primary, which is September 8th, I believe. Okay, let me check my data here. We have 57 days to the primary. Arizona is a structured primary, meaning that only Republicans can vote for Republicans and only Democrats can vote for Democrats. Which means that if people want to see Frances elected, they have to get her on the ballot. They have to she has to win the primary against her Republican opponent.
Mm-hmm.
Which means that people need to turn out in droves and register Republican so they can vote her into the actual race on September 8th. Then if they want, they can switch back to whatever party that they actually want to belong to. but it's the way the game is played. And this, at some level, politics, Art, unfortunately, has become a game.
Well, it's a small ray of hope. You remember the Who had a song called "Won't Get Fooled Again"? You remember that?
Yeah.
At the very end of the song, they said, "New boss, same as the old boss." Well, Americans, I think, are starting to figure out that whichever boss from whichever party they elect, that's the way it turns out. New boss, same as the old boss.
Let me give
No
out a phone
change.
number here in case people want to support us and show up at this dinner.
Okay.
It's Monday night, the 20th. Now remember, July 20th, we talked about on your show how
Very
important
important
July
date,
20th
I know.
Well, we picked this specifically just to kind of, give it to the you-know-who. So the number for tickets for the Barwood dinner is 602-704-1040. That's 602-704-1040.
Got it.
We have a lot of listeners all over the country. Even in New York, they're still listening.
Oh, yeah.
You could fly in. This would be a real show of support. And for folks who can't be there, if you just sent $1 for the Barwood campaign.
I know, she's like literally down to $1,000
She's
of
down to
campaign
about
money.
$1,000. But if you just sent $1,
It's hardly gas money.
the reason this election is so important is because Francis is the only politician to have the guts to ask the unthinkable UFO question. Imagine if she makes it. Imagine the signal.
Well, Richard, there's a kind of a sea change going on in the whole UFO community. As you know, some major universities just announced that they are going to study UFOs. They have said there now appears to be enough hard evidence to justify some major universities doing studies on UFOs. They don't conclude now that they're extraterrestrial in origin, but they say there is now enough evidence. So, so attitudes are changing.
Well, one of the things that I'm going to do, and I haven't even told Francis the details of this, is that we have developed some remarkable new political evidence of things that were occurring simultaneously at the other end of the country the night of the Phoenix Lights on March 13th, 1997. And for the first time, we're going to lay them out in terms of the national political scene and implications. This reaches, it turns out, all the way to Washington. So it will be a pretty interesting evening. If you show up and you pay the $85 for the dinner, you get dinner plus what we're going to talk about. If you only want to come for what we're going to talk about, that's only $50, all right? And about $25 of that ticket goes directly to Frances. We're trying to maximize the impact on her campaign. And for all those who can't be with us, if you just send $1, guys, you can make a tremendous difference because she is winning the battle.
Do you have an address?
For Francis?
Yeah.
All right, we have a linkage on our website, which is, you just go to our Enterprise Mission or to your website, Art Bell, and then click over to us. Her actual campaign, which is www.barwood.com, is linked on our site.
Okay.
I don't have, if I go through my paperwork
All right, well,
here,
maybe after the bottom of the hour.
after the bottom of the hour, I will find it. Okay?
All right. In the meantime, let me ask you about this. Art, as I'm sure both you and Richard know, the scientific method is observe, hypothesis, test. Richard's theory of hyperdimensional physics is an interesting hypothesis, but as of yet, it is only just that, a theory. Richard has always been a proponent of, quote, good science, end quote, and I'm sure he does not propose that the classical scientific method be abandoned. So the question is, how does Richard propose we test the theory of hyperdimensional physics so we, as scientists, can move forward with solid, reproducible scientific evidence for this new model?
Okay, I will get to that right after I give this address, all right? I have found the bar.
Oh, you found it, okay.
I found it, yes.
All right,
yes.
go ahead.
All right, send your $1 to Francis Barwood, P.O. Box 86189. That's P.O. Box 86189, Phoenix, Arizona 85080-6189. That's P.O. Box.
Whoa. Yeah, I'll give that again. 850.
All right, let's start from the top. P.O. Box 86189.
Yep.
Phoenix, AZ. That's short for Arizona.
Thank you.
850-81-6189.
Okay.
And you can send more than $1, guys. In fact, you can send up to what? $720, I think, is allowed by state law.
Yeah, but even if that's all you sent was a buck
Oh
or
my God!
something.
If just the people listening were to send $1, say this is for God, country, and honesty.
Yep.
The staggering impact on that election would be so profound, both psychologically and materially, that we would have a fascinating set of conversations in the weeks to come.
Well, we indeed may. I'm really looking forward to what would happen if she got elected. There'd be a lot of trouble in River City, and Benson would get real busy, and it'd be a fun time.
You know, the core thing that I am intrigued with Frances about, and I have been ever since we actually met, is that here is a politician who has vision. I mean, she expanded her envelope enormously by asking that unthinkable question. She would never imagine that UFOs would have anything to do with her lifestyle or politics or those of her neighbors or her, people she represented. And she did ask that question. And now that she's been fired at, big cannons brought out, governor making fun of her, the mayor talking to the tinfoil branches, that kind of thing.
I know.
She's stuck to her guns. She's not shrunk from the hard questions on this. And people are getting the message, but not enough people in time to make the primary. So that's why she needs the help. That's why she needs people to convert to Republicans for the primary. And that's why I'm going there on the 20th to reveal some really remarkable things about those lights.
All right, good enough. When we get back, we will ask again about the scientific method and how we apply it to hyperdimensional physics to bring it from a theory to reality to practical application. This is Coast to Coast AM. All right, Richard, again, I thought this was a pretty good fax. The bottom line question was, how does Richard propose we test the theory of hyperdimensional physics so that we as scientists, this is one of them, can move forward with solid, reproducible scientific evidence for this new model?
It's an excellent question. Okay. I have composed a list of laboratory experiments going back now several years that are not very expensive, that we are going to, in the next several weeks, be carrying out. And we're going to, list the experiments and then list the results. And in the next week, I am taking a special trip to discuss with a potential, shall we say, collaborator.
Okay.
The laboratory setup for doing exactly what the facts are proposing. That's on the laboratory scale. On the larger scale, one of the neatest things that really got me, into this whole thing was that we tripped over, Torrin and I tripped over, many years ago, 10 years ago now, in 88, 89, the astrophysical evidence that seemed to conform to the hyperdimensional model. And that was the locations on these planets all over the solar system, including the sun, of the largest energy production centers being located at this 19.5 degrees latitude that I keep talking about over and over and over again. That's not accidental. That's a convergence of physical forces that are currently unmodeled by any known physics, climatology, geology, whatever. And what we have done in the paper is we have listed very specifically some key tests that we're now urging NASA and other NASA-contracted astronomical facilities to carry out, pursuant to their announcement a couple weeks ago of this so-called new planet. Remember the announcement that came out the day after we did our hyperdimensional show last time?
Right.
Of Susan Terraby, this young astrophysicist in Pasadena, who set up her own corporation, the Extrasolar Research Corporation, and got a grant from NASA to basically look for planets around other stars. Well, she found, as part of her Hubble observing time, this funny little spark of light at the end of a long streak in a dust cloud of a double star system located about 450 light years away in Taurus, called, I think, TMC1, or Taurus Molecular Cloud Number 1.
Mm-hmm.
And what we've done in the paper is, using Susan Terraby's discovery, lay out when they are giving her everything in the kitchen sink to verify her discovery in the next couple of months, beginning in August, all right? They're giving her more Hubble time, they're giving her time on tech, they're giving her time on infrared telescopes. They're making everything available to Susan Terraby to verify that this is a planet. By the way, this is the same agency which has not taken any more pictures of Cydonia. Just want to put that on the record, okay? So one of the things we're proposing in the paper is that if Susan is looking at this object and trying to verify that it is a runaway planet, there are certain signatures in her data which will become apparent as she takes information from the various telescopes that will either support or refute the hyperdimensional model as applied to that kind of planetary system. And so we laid out those parameters in this paper, and they're on the website. We then extended this to astronomy observations that could be made by NASA and or their subcontractors of major objects in this solar system, particularly the giant outer planet, Saturn, Jupiter, Uranus, and Neptune. What is probably not well known by most people, but they can know it if they go to the web, is that those 4 outer planets, the big guys, are all glowing. Remember the old textbook astronomy definition of a planet art, that a planet shown by reflected light and stars shown by internal energy?
Yes.
Well, that definition has kind of lost its meaning, because beginning in the 1960s, astronomers were stunned to find that the outer planets are glowing. In the infrared, they are actually emitting more energy than they're getting from the sun, which kind of blurs the line between a star and a planet. And for the last 30 years, there's been a lot of discussions in the literature as to, well, what really makes them shine? Why are they glowing? And there are various explanations proposed, and we'll get into those tonight. The bottom line is that I've been able to take their luminosity, and there's a set of graphs in this paper, and I've been able to plot like the old Big Bang redshift plots that Hubble did, 50 years ago.
Right.
And demonstrate that for some exquisitely inexplicable reason, by any mainstream model, all the glowing planets, including, by the way, I put the Earth-Moon system on that graph, fall on a perfectly straight line. Their glow is only dependent on one parameter, one thing, their total angular momentum, which is basically spin energy, all right? That's the spin energy of the planet plus the spin energy of any moons going around the planet.
All right.
You total those up, you put it on a graph, X and Y axis, you get a beautiful straight line plot. In fact, the tightness of the plot is better by an order of magnitude or more than Hubble's original plot of galaxies that gave us the whole Big Bang model.
Wow.
At this early stage in this set of observations. So what I am predicting in the paper is, look, you want to test this model? The model says that the luminosity, if they're hyperdimensionally derived, will have one key difference with any other explanation that no one has yet tested. The luminosities should change with time. Both short-term changes, days, months, long-term changes, years. And because NASA and the guys that work for NASA believe that this stuff is cosmological, meaning it's kind of cast in concrete, it's on a huge geological time frame. Once they got the luminosities pegged down from the Voyager and the Pioneer missions, they never went back and looked. No one has looked at the infrared signatures, the outputs of these planets, since the 1970s, because they think it's permanent. On a geological time scale, they're constant. Our model says, no, boys and girls, they're not constant. Go look at them next week, next month, next year, and they will have changed. Now, there's one mission.
Richard, these changes in luminosity, are these changes concurrent with the changes we were talking about earlier, volcanism, the weather changes, and all the rest of it? Is that what a planet goes through?
Yes. Short answer is yes.
Good.
And because we like short answers.
I like, so do people in the grassy knoll.
Okay. Look, there's a lot of correlating to be done here, and the neat thing is we have computers and the web so we can all compare notes and do the correlating. And one of the things that I'm looking for are a few bright research assistants, I think I've got one pegged already, to help me now flesh out the model. There's really neat stuff to be determined here, and there's all kinds of mysteries that, if we're right, would be solved. I will give you one classic one, and it brings us back to what we discussed at the top of the show. Why are the Japanese interested in going to Mars?
By the way, somebody writes and wonders if you are not interested perhaps in defecting to Japan.
No.
No, okay.
No, because I can't speak the language. And as you know, I like speaking.
That's right. And it would take you years and years and years to learn to speak in the machine gun fashion in Japanese that you're able to do it here.
Precisely.
Mm.
Anyway, one of the key mysteries about Mars is, all right, think of this, all right? You've got a planet which is farther away from the sun than we are, right?
Right.
So it's colder.
Colder, yes.
Okay. It's obvious that Mars had rivers, had lots of water.
Oh, yes.
Had floods.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Now you got a problem. Because in order to have floods and rivers and all that, Mars had to be warmer than it is now.
Correct.
How do you get a warmer Mars if Mars has always been exactly as far from the sun as it is now? Mm-hmm. Which, for the sake of argument, we can definitely assume, okay?
Well, let me take a stab at it. That won't necessarily meet up with your hyperdimensional physics, but the warmth of a planet is to some degree determined by the density of its atmosphere.
Very good.
And that a lot of atmosphere that used to be there is not there anymore.
Very good.
So that's one possible answer.
Okay. Now, what you need to do is you put numbers to that, and when you do the numbers, and I'm not talking about our numbers, I'm talking about numbers in the literature, it doesn't really work. Sagan invoked what he called greenhouse gases, the same concept of Al Gore.
Yes.
There are natural greenhouse gases. They're primarily ammonia and methane. And in some of his early papers, Carl, in attempting to solve this really interesting puzzle, proposed that in the early billions of years of the solar system, there was a lot of methane and ammonia that was, mixed in with the other gases of Mars' much more luxuriant atmosphere, and those gases would trap sunlight and then be like a blanket and keep the planet warmer and allow for liquid water and rain and oceans and all that. Okay?
Here, yes.
There's only one problem. Other guys said, but Carl, those gases are very easily destroyed by ultraviolet, and they did calculations showing that the greenhouse gases would dissipate, be ripped apart within years, and so there'd be no more blanket and no more greenhouse. So, and there's another problem. The standard models of the sun claim that in the early years, billion, 2 billion, 3 billion years ago, when Mars was younger and was supposed to have these rivers,
right,
the sun itself was 30% dimmer than it is today. So you got a compounded problem. You have a planet far from the sun, farther than the Earth, which would be even colder if the sun was 30% dimmer than it is now. Now, the elegant, exquisite solution to all this is that the current model for what makes the sun shine is wrong. It's not primarily thermonuclear fusion, it's hyperdimensional physics. And in that model, the sun was brighter then than it is now. Ergo, without greenhouse gas trapping, you could have rivers on Mars and a warmer Earth, and the paleontological evidence from Earth indicates that we have been getting cooler, and it used to be much warmer a long time ago on this planet, which all neatly fits with the theory and is part of the testing of the model.
All right. Richard, a lot of people are going to be reading your paper on your website, and they're going to want to respond to it. Now, you don't have email. For some indiscernible reason, you don't have email. And
because I don't have dummy on my forehead.
You don't seem to want email.
No. The simple problem is simple logistics, all right? I do not have the time to go through 300 to 500 emails per day. So what I'm trying to do is set up a filtering system. If people really want to reach me, there's a fax number on our website.
Mm-hmm.
All right? I answer the telephone more often than I probably should. So what I'm trying to do is to screen people who really want to care enough to not electronically dash off something, but put it on a piece of paper and fax it.
All right. Let us give out at least your fax number.
Okay.
All right.
505. 771. 0820.
All right. That at least gives somebody one way of responding to you.
Yep.
Okay.
Now, they can send, email to, we're actually going to change this very shortly because it has gotten to where we want technical input and people do rely on email. But I have not been able to handle the logistical problem of thousands of emails per week. I mean, we're not keeping up with what we're trying to do now because we do not have paid staff. I mean, this is a very small research political effort to try to change a very big problem, and we do not have the bucks to do that.
Okay. Very good. Look, I would like to begin taking calls.
Good idea.
If you wouldn't mind.
Absolutely.
You wouldn't mind?
More than wouldn't mind. Let's do it.
All right. Is there anything you want to sweep up before the top of the hour here?
How much time we got?
I don't know. About 4 minutes.
Okay. Tom, the essence of good science is predictions that turn out right. We have 2 of them on the boards tonight.
Well, the essence of good science is not necessarily predictions that turn out right. It's predictions, it's the scientific method applied to predictions to either prove or disprove them.
Well, but if your theory is wrong, you're only going to know it if
it's good. It's still good. It's still good science to prove a theory wrong.
All right, we're talking process versus results.
Yeah.
All right, I'm talking results. All right, you'd like to have your models prove out correct.
Sure.
I mean, no one likes to spend their time doing something that doesn't work.
Well, I was just pointing out that good science can also be proving something wrong.
Yes, we are not in disagreement. Okay, 2 points. Remember the Podlenkoff experiment?
No.
Anti-gravity over spinning superconducting
Oh,
disks?
yes, of course, yes.
Of course, yes.
Thank you.
Well, hot new news tonight. I cannot tell you my source. It is not on NASA's official website yet, but according to an impeccable source that I talked to this afternoon, not only did NASA conduct the experiment 3 days ago, but they announced through a phone call to my source that it turned out to be positive. They are getting null gravity, less gravity over the spinning superconducting disk at the Huntsville Marshall Space Flight Center experiment.
Oh, my.
That is predicted by standard theory.
Oh, my.
And it's exactly in line with the hyperdimensional model.
All right, now, give everybody a brief explanation of the experiment, which please, very brief.
Several months ago, there was a Finnish scientist named Podlenkoff who announced that if he took a disk of superconducting material and spun it and put a test mass that was not electrically conductive above it, that the little mass would lose weight. 0.3%, I think, was the number that was quoted in his paper. All right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people were shooting at him. You know, there was a paper he was going to, put out new, and then he had to withdraw it. And there was a lot of, acrimonious finger pointing and stuff on the internet and back and forth. NASA's people at Huntsville, at the Marshall Space Flight Center, quietly announced they were going to set up the experiment and see if he was right. It has now been over a year, and in December and January, they reported no results. Now they're reporting quietly to my source positive results. Now, we tried to call one of the co-experimenters tonight, and it was too late back east to get confirmation directly for airtime. But the interesting thing, of course, is that normally when you run an experiment, you shouldn't get a null and then a positive, unless you've done something really wrong.
That's right.
That's part of the problem with the cold fusion people. When Pons and Fleischmann first announced their remarkable experiments, people couldn't duplicate them. Well, the hallmark of the hyperdimensional model is that things you do today, you can't do next Thursday. But you can do them next Saturday, because it varies with time. It's cyclic, based on literal astronomical phasing. Where the moon is, where the planets are, how the planet rotates, all that stuff. It's geometric. And the modulation being geometric, it's not going to be reproducible every single time by anybody, anywhere, at any latitude, unless you take that into the equation.
But if in fact we have reduced gravity, then that is the first little baby step toward eventually, possibly even eliminating gravity or going to a negative state in which one could turn it around, turn the beat around, so to speak, and you would have a vehicle that would operate using gravity, virtually anti-gravity, yes?
Yeah, anti-gravity, and what my thinking is, and what we're going to talk about at the Barwood dinner, is that what the public NASA guys, the honest part of the system, are now beginning to duplicate is what the black projects have been doing very successfully for probably the last 10 or 20 years.
I can buy into that one. I think I had one of those things fly over my head. All right, we're going to pause here at the top of the hour. And when we come back, in those markets in which we come back, which are many, we are going to take calls. So if you have a question for Richard Hoagland, now is a good time to pick up the phone and begin to dial. You know the numbers. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. All right, you ready for some calls?
I'm ready.
Here it comes. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Richard Hoagland. Hi.
Hello.
Hi, where are you?
I'm Jeannie from Sunrise, Florida, and I listen to you on WFTL, which I guess stands for W Fort Lauderdale.
That would be it, all right?
Okay. Can I ask you before I ask Richard a question? I'm going to be moving to Knoxville, Tennessee, the end of January.
Right.
Where would I listen to you there? Do you know, or could you find out and announce it maybe one night?
Yeah, I'll start looking at the list while you ask Richard a question.
Okay.
Would that be TNN?
No, that would be not TNN.
Okay.
That's in Nashville.
Okay.
She said Knoxville.
Yeah, Knoxville, a little further east.
Anyway, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. I would like to ask Richard, I intend to send $1 to Frances to help her, and like you said, if everybody would just do that, it wouldn't hurt anybody, and it would really help her. Could we do the same thing for you to help with whatever you're doing?
That's awfully nice. Actually, we checked with our attorneys, and yes, you may certainly do that.
Is there an address you could give us?
Yes, it's Enterprise Mission.
Enterprise Mission?
P.O. Box 1130, Placitas, Placitas, which in Spanish means Little Plaza, Placitas, New Mexico, 87043.
Okay. What's the name of the town again? It's
Placitas. Placitas.
Okay.
All right. If you're going to Knoxville, WNOX 990 on the dial, 10,000 watts in Knoxville, Tennessee will take care of you.
Okay, that's AM.
Yep.
990. Okay, great.
All right.
And I love your show, and
Thank you.
Keep it up.
All right, take care.
Thank you.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Richard Hoagland. Hi.
Yes, I was wondering...
I can barely hear you, sir. You're going to have to yell at us. Where are you?
I'm in Odessa,
That's better. Go ahead.
and I was wondering if earthquake scientists have taken into account the gravitational pull of surrounding planets in their estimates of when or when not an earthquake might come.
I don't think so.
No, Art, you are forgetting Jim Berkowitz.
Well, no, I'm not. I'm saying that the majority of them would not give any credence to other planets. They might talk about the moon. They might, but even that conventional scientists tend to balk at. So there are a few rebels like Birkeland, but most of them, the answer would be no. You've got to admit, Richard.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, the effects we're talking about are not gravitational. They're hyperdimensional. Because in higher dimensions, which is what the hyper and hyperdimensional refers to, the planets, although in 3 dimensions are separated by, millions and billions of miles, in hyperdimensions, they're not separated. They are connected. So the forces and the interconnectivity and the effect all produce results in 3D that are not explainable by current theory, which is limited.
Okay, caller?
Certainly. I had one more question, if you don't mind.
I don't mind.
Yes. There's mention of an alignment of all the planets.
Right.
Within the year 2000.
I think it's May 5th of 2000.
Yes. I'm writing a fictional novel about the results of that, and I was wondering what your guest's opinion on.
Actually, it's rather a good question. Yes, Richard. If you do think there is something to the gravitational effects of planets on each other, then what do you imagine might occur in a complete alignment of planets, if anything at all?
No. I did not say gravitational, except for the moon.
I'm sorry.
And Berkeley, the gravity effects are not.
A hyperdimensional effect.
Exactly.
Thank you.
All right. In the hyperdimensional model, where energy flows losslessly, like in a superconductor,
right,
is when the angles are 120 and 60. Where you got a problem is when the angles are 90 degrees and 180. The alignment in 2000 is when they're at 180. So the problem is that those inner planets, the ones we can see, that's the alignment that we're talking about,
right,
is 180. The outer guys, the ones we're proposing have to exist,
right,
are coming into, I believe, a 60-degree relationship, which means it's probably not a good day in Mudville. Because what happens is that the 180 or the 90s tend to make the energy dissipate. It's like you're driving along the freeway at 60 miles an hour, and suddenly a brick wall appears in front of you. What's going to happen? So I would say that it's a non-gravitational effect, but the result could be the same in that we need to kind of watch this one.
So no definitive forecast, but something is liable to occur.
Why have the Japanese launched 5 months early? What I was hinting at earlier in the show is if there are people in the black world, the secret world of this technology,
right,
which we see on the NASA shuttle flights and all that, who know this is not theory, they know it's fact, and they are taking their plans accordingly, then prudence would suggest that you get out of harm's way. If you cannot put in place a system to divert harm, you got two choices: either divert it or get out of the way.
Okay, very good. We'll have to wait and see, I guess. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Richard C. Hoagland.
Yes, Richard. You mentioned that at 19.5 north and south of the equator is a special latitude.
Right.
Isn't there also such a special latitude north and south of the poles, 19.5?
No, it's reference to the equator because that's the way the geometry works, and there are higher order latitudes, like 30 degrees, 45, 60. It's curious that HAARP, which is this huge electromagnetic installation funded by the Air Force and the Naval Research Lab, is located north of Fairbanks, just about exactly at 60 north, and just about opposite the meridian of Giza, of the Great Pyramid. And the last show I did, I made mention that was kind of coincidentally curious, because if you go back to Bearden's work, a la Tesla, you find that one of the ways to interact with the planet in a potential modification of these forces would be to use appropriate electromagnetic technology in ways that would attempt to interfere with the process which is changing the physics and causing the problem.
I see.
It's kind of like music theory, where what you want is harmonics that are pleasing, and what we have currently are disharmonies. We have clashing notes. And the idea was massive electromagnetic technology, you could change the disharmonies into harmonies, which would in essence ameliorate the problem. But you need to do it on a big scale. And HAARP is the biggest thing going that kind of looks like that might be one of the things they're doing in secret and not telling us.
I see. What about like Hawaii? Why is that longitude so special? Why isn't there like Hawaii volcanoes all across the planet?
Excellent question. And we don't probably have time for a really detailed answer. It has to do with the ideal versus the real. When you used to study physics in high school, they'd give you these classic problems, Newton's first law, second law, third law. Then they would introduce you to a frictionless table with little hockey pucks sliding around on liquid CO2 to simulate a frictionless environment in weightlessness. Well, it kind of approached it, but it wasn't ideal. It was an approximation. The problem is that planets, real worlds, are not ideal. They're approximations. And so instead of having a ring of activity at 19.5, the activity tends to cluster at one point, at one longitude. And in our epoch, in our era, that longitude is under Hawaii. That's a kind of a simple explanation. It has to do with fluid physics. in the real world.
Could the spin or this rate of the spin of the planet affect that hyperdimensional physics or energy?
The other way around. The physics changing is affecting the spin. And if you look in the paper on the web, there are two specific examples culled from the scientific literature that are really important evidence that we're on the right track. One is the change of dynamical time, meaning the spin of the Earth, relative to atomic time. Art advertises this atomic clock that resets itself and is accurate to 1 second in a million years.
Yep.
Well, we've added 20 seconds in the last 20 years.
That's true.
So that kind of throws that one into the ash can. There's something going on they're not telling us.
Well, it's still accurate. It just means they have corrected for whatever.
It's accurate, but it's out of step with the rotational clock, and they have to keep adding seconds to bring them back into step.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Something is rotten in Denmark, actually in Boulder. Number two, gravity is changing. What?
I was laughing.
Thank you. Gravity is changing. I mean, gravity is supposed to be a constant. By the way, this gets to the really exciting thing about what happened to the dinosaurs. If you look at dinosaur, skeletons,
yes,
and you look at the size of these guys,
right, they're big.
They're huge.
Yep.
No paleontologist now, worth his salt, has thought of the obvious problem, which is that you couldn't have Jurassic Park because the damn things would collapse under their own weight. There was a very brilliant engineer named Arthur Young who showed me a paper he had done many, many years ago. He was the inventor of the Bell helicopter, Art.
Right.
Before he turned to other things. And he was up in Berkeley, and I gave my first public presentation on the Mars data at his institute in Berkeley. Anyway, he gave me a little paper that he'd written, 20, 30 years ago, showing two curves parallel to each other. One, all the big guys that live on Earth now. Elephants, blue whales, big cats, lions, that kind of thing.
Right.
Rhinoceri. And then another line showing all the dinosaurs. And what he was able to form were two parallel curves showing that each large animal fit on a curve, but the two curves were not sequenced to each other. In other words, they were parallel, they were not contiguous. Indicating to him that somehow gravity of the Earth itself had changed by a factor of a third between the time of Jurassic Park and now. Gravity has increased by a third since the time the dinosaurs lived, and only the hyperdimensional model A predicts this, and B explains how it happened, and it goes to the heart of Tom Van Flander's idea, which is a whole other show.
Right. All right. Wild card line, you're on the air with Richard C. Hoagland. Hi.
Hi, Art. Hi, Richard.
Hi there.
Yeah, hi, Art.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Richard. Sorry if I'm kind of talking not too loud here. I just want to say it's a pleasure to be on the air with both of you.
Sure. Where are you?
I'm calling from Chicago, Illinois here.
All right.
And I was wondering, Richard, this is a question for you. Is there anything to the isogonic value that changes with the Earth's magnetic north? Do you know what I'm talking about when I say the isogonic value?
No.
It's a variation that pilots use to correct for magnetic disturbance. It's along the idea that true north is a magnetic north is not really at true north.
Right. The north magnetic pole is located somewhere around Hudson's Bay, as opposed to the actual inertial pole of the rotation of the Earth.
Right.
And it drifts, doesn't it, towards the west?
It's slowly drifting, yes.
Towards the west, is it, or is it like is there a direction that it is going toward?
It absolutely is, and I don't remember whether it's east or west, but I know that pilots need to do corrections for magnetic compasses based on reports given by the government as to how much the drift is.
I believe it's to the west. Those have been the majority of the reports we've had, and there are some pretty anomalous moves of magnetic north. I get faxes about it all the time.
Okay, again, this is wonderful work for correlations between those kind of things, polar wander, the so-called Chandler wobble of the Earth's axis. No one's doing this correlating because they don't think anything is connected. This model says all this stuff is really connected. We've got a meta theory now. We now need to put meat on the bones and do the tabulations and see if the correlations are there.
Right. And so how do we get mainstream science to do that?
Well, I've had nibbles from Los Alamos. That's one of the reasons that we're here in New Mexico, because we're in the center of what I call the Black Triangle. We have 3 of the most incredible research labs located within 30 miles of me, all right? Sandia, Phillips, and Los Alamos.
And you've really had nibbles, huh?
We've had nibbles since our university presentation.
Well, that's a beginning. All right, we're going to break here at the bottom of the hour. Richard C. Hoagland is here. If you have a question, we're going to lay into the phones as we have this half hour very heavily. I'm Art Bell, and of course, this is Coast to Coast AM. Well, okay, back we go now to Richard C. Hoagland in the beautiful mountains of New Mexico. Richard?
Yes, sir.
Here they come. First-time caller line, your turn with Richard Hoagland. You're on the air.
Good morning.
Good morning. Where are you?
I'm in North Dakota.
Okay.
Devil's Lake, North Dakota. We're experiencing flooding here.
Yes, sir.
As a good part of the country is right now. And I was wondering if it could be from the warming of the earth from the inside. I know so much oil has been taken out, and oil is a heat barrier. Is that possible that we're being warmed from the inside out?
Not really. The main thing that's going on is on the surface in terms of weather. And what drives the weather cycle on the earth is the evaporation and then condensation of the predominant component of the earth's surface, which is water. I mean, they don't call this the water planet for nothing. And 3/4 of the surface is covered by oceans. And that water, when it gets into the atmosphere, when it's evaporated, has to condense somewhere eventually. Mm-hmm. And I'm calling this whole thing now hyperdimensional weather because it's so capricious and funny weird things are happening. Like Dames predicted years ago, the jet stream would come down to the deck.
Yep.
Well, what you're doing is taking a current of air, which is flowing along at 150, 200 miles an hour, and then you're putting a kink in it. And so that 200 mile an hour jet stream of air suddenly touches the ground, which it never is supposed to. Well, it's those capricious things that the hyperdimensional model says have to happen, because energy is building and energy has to go somewhere. If energy is building, it's going to evaporate more water. That water eventually has to condense somewhere. So the change of local weather and the change of large regional climate is in essence predicted by the changes in the fundamental drivers that behind the whole system, which is more energy in the system.
Could you use this as a map predicting all types of global changes?
Well, in the best of all possible worlds, yes. The problem is that even with conventional physics and good old thermodynamics, the computer models, I mean, just look at your local weather forecast. How accurate, how far out are they? These are infernally complex equations to solve.
But I like you, believe that everything goes in cycles. And
that's right, but we don't have enough data, good data, because our lifespan, the lifespan of science. I mean, Art said a few minutes ago that according to the British, this is the hottest summer on record. Well, we only had records going back, 100 years maybe?
Yeah.
200 years? We're talking about changes on the order of thousands of years, if not 13,000 years for the half cycle that I've been gently referring to.
Right.
So we really have no hard data. Now we have softer data. We have things like VARs in lakes. We have flood strata levels of like the Nile. We have, estuaries around, let's say, the big lakes in the southern part of the Soviet Union. We have gross climatological features. We have isotopic measurements in ice cores, but let me give you a caveat. If we're right, if this physics really is a physics, then all of the radioactive measurements and all of the climate data based on radioactive measurements like isotope changes is immediately suspect.
Mm-hmm.
And let me tell you why. A few months ago, there was a demonstration on Good Morning America. This is referenced in the hyperdimensional paper. And on live television, as part of a cold fusion experiment witnessed by Michael Gillian, the experimenters stuck an isotope of uranium, U-235, I believe, in the middle of the cold fusion device. U-235 has a half-life, meaning it takes X number of years for half the radioactivity to go away. That half-life is 4.5 billion years. They were able, with this machine, in time-lapse photography, to demonstrate that in about an hour and a half, they got half the U-235 to go away.
I saw that.
This is
I saw it myself.
incredible.
Yeah,
This is astonishing. This is impossible. This is hyperdimensional physics, which means that every single measurement of Earth climate going back 20 years, 50 years, 1,000 years, 10,000, 50,000, 200,000, based on radioactive measurements or isotopes, or even things like dating, like carbon-14 dating of archaeological stuff, has to be totally rethought because radioactivity is not a constant in this physics.
That could throw everything off.
It sure could.
Well, thank you very much, guys.
Caller, thank you. Well observed, Richard. It certainly could throw a kink into carbon dating. Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Well,
That'll make a lot of people happy, by the way.
Well, it simply means, Art, that we should be a little humble. You know, this science today is a process. It's a journey. It's not an end. We haven't arrived. And the sooner that we get off our pedestal and think that we know everything, the sooner we start saving people's lives, property, their future, their children's future. In other words, the sooner we start acting like adults instead of kids having tantrums saying,
well, there's not a lot of humble, Richard, in science. There's more ego than humble.
But there has to be humble, and that's why we come back to Francis Barwood. The way we redress this is through a political process. Remember, the science that is being funded today, by and large, is being funded by all of us with our taxes. If we demand a certain standard, then we'll get it, but we got to demand it. And the only way to do that is through an intelligent political process with people of integrity.
I agree. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Richard Hoagland. Hi.
Well, good evening or good morning, wherever you want to say it.
Mostly morning.
All righty. My name's Roy. I'm up here in Fallon right now. I'm a truck driver.
Yes, sir.
And Richard,
yes, sir.
Good morning. When I was up there, I used to run flatbed quite a lot up north. And I ran up over into the Pasco, Kennewick area of Washington, and I ran in a compression chamber door that I'd picked up in California. I took this up to a laser technology station up there that was 3 miles square. That's 3 miles 4 different ways. And they said that they were setting one up there, one up over in Europe, one over in Japan, and these were all laser beams that was going to check the gravitational pull from the planets and shifts in planets and stuff like that, and see if it done anything on Earth. And if all of these matched at the same time, they showed gravitational pull. Are you aware of this?
I'm aware of it in theory. I didn't know exactly where the stations were or where we are with that.
Well, I thought they were blowing smoke up my you-know-what, because I've seen some interesting stuff as a truck driver in 10 years. But, I mean, I've got to tell you, Art, this was amazing. And the stuff they were telling me was far beyond my comprehension. It was just something that I wasn't sure if it was true, or if they were blowing smoke up me or what, but I'll tell you what, this was amazing. And they had these compression chambers, because I guess they have to fill them all with these different kinds of gases. And they were saying that these gases is what shows if it goes off a line so much of 1,000 millimeter seconds or whatever. Like I says, I don't know the dynamics of it. But these chambers themselves were a heck taller than a 2-story house, and probably as wide as 2 semis wrapped around each other. I mean, these were huge. And they were all built, they had concrete tunnels built above ground, all the way around, and every mile they had themselves what they call a pilot station. And on the very corners, they had these huge buildings set up on each corner.
Which had prisms in them, I presume.
I never got to go into these main corners. I delivered a compression chamber to one of the mile center buildings.
I wonder what that could be.
Okay,
well, it sounds like an interferometer, or a version of a ring gyro laser. where you send the beam around both directions and
Right.
measure the clock time.
Right.
You know, and then you measure the phase shift. And yes, depending upon various atomic constants not being constant, you will get changes in the laser output at the end of the experiment. In other words, what we have is an in-crowd and an out-crowd. We have most physicists and most people thinking we have a certain science. Then we have other guys that somehow are part of the black world that know a lot more than the honest guys do, and there's no communication between the two, except randomly and occasionally when an honest guy will stumble across something.
Sure.
And then he is either, he made an offer he can't refuse to come in from the cold, or he's turned into an idiot and made to seem like a laughing stock because he knows things he shouldn't know and he's not part of the in-crowd. That's why we go back to Francis. Unless we have representative government that can bring these two worlds together, we're not going to be very happy on this planet very much longer.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Richard C. Hoagland. Hi.
Yes, good morning, Art.
Good morning.
Good morning, Richard.
Good morning.
My name is Carl, and I met with you in Phoenix last year at your meetings there in Phoenix.
Where are you, Carl, now?
I'm in Atoka, Oklahoma.
Okay.
Perhaps you remember I tried to speak with you several times there, and we never got a chance to really get into some of the deeper things that I wish to cover with you.
Okay, if you say so, it was a very crowded night. 2,000 folks showed up.
Yeah. I just sent a letter to Miss Barwood and asked her to forward a copy of it to you.
Okay.
It has to do with part of the extinction cycle of events that's coming. Part of the desynchronization of the moon's orbital gravity.
Oh, I remember. Yes, we did have a brief conversation. I remember very carefully that you had some pretty interesting stuff.
Yes. The problem that we face, Richard, is we are out of time, and if we rely on the politicians and the status quo, they're not going to do what has to be done in time enough to do it. So we literally face the total extinction of all the life on the Earth.
Well, all right, that's the ultimate negative. Let me try to ameliorate that just a bit, okay?
Okay.
If things were going on the way they are, I would agree with you. But what's going to happen, and this is going to be my one and last prediction tonight, Art.
All right.
We're going to see a couple of very interesting major events. And a lot of people are going to unfortunately get hurt. Those events are then going to sensitize a lot of other people that, oh my God, it's not linear. Things are happening that we can't control. And that means that the bulk of the mainstream will begin to pay attention to where they're not even on the paper at the moment. All right? At that point, the neat thing is, this is the important thing everybody should take away from this conversation this evening. Nothing I'm discussing has to be invented. It already exists. It exists in the black world of national security, of physics, of the Cold War, of the development of extraordinary toys. You know that old joke about what's the difference between boys and men? Just the expense of their toys?
That's right.
All these toys exist. They only have not been applied to the bigger problems because the guys with the toys don't know that they're applicable to the planet. They've thought of them as gadgets, as war toys, as, part of the Cold War. They haven't thought yet on a scale big enough. But the fact is that when the mainstream demands answers, the answers are waiting in the black community, and it requires honest political brokers like Barwood to get at those answers quicker than we normally are going to be able to get to them.
Makes sense, caller?
Yeah, I spent 6.5 years in prison held illegally without due process of law in this United States of America because of some things that I discovered in 1988. I tried to have something done about that through the government and the FBI and CIA and Secret Service and some other people that I had dealt with when I was in the service.
Why were you in jail?
It has to do with the killing of a guy that ran a CIA operation in Palo Alto, California.
Were you accused of killing this guy?
No, not at all. In fact, I warned him that he was down for being bumped off, and he didn't listen, and he is no longer with us.
So then why were you put in jail?
due to things that were not done when I asked for an investigation.
No. People are put in jail when they are convicted of a specific crime. What were you convicted of?
I set up a sting so that they would pick me up so that I could have my day in court.
Let me repeat the question one more time. What were you convicted of?
Pardon me?
What were you convicted of?
It was not a conviction, but I was thrown in for a machine gun that did not fire.
You were thrown in for a
machine gun that would not fire a round.
No. There are laws regarding the possession of machine guns. I don't know about whether it wouldn't fire or not, but I guess I've gone as far with that as I can. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Richard C. Hoagland. Hi.
Hi, Art. Hi, Richard. How you all doing tonight?
Just fine.
My name's Richard also. I'm calling from Humboldt County, California.
Yes, sir.
Richard, I'd like to ask, well, before I get into that, Art, I just want to ask you, what do you think the jump in circulation was for this month's issue of Penthouse? Because I know I don't usually buy it, but I thought they treated you well.
I thought it was a very good article, and
I heard I was even mentioned.
Yeah,
you were, as a matter of fact. That's right. I don't know. I'm more interested in the demographics. In other words, you wouldn't normally presume that, say, a lot of old ladies would go and buy a Penthouse, right?
True.
So when they get all the figures together after the month, it'll be interesting to see the demographics of their sales.
Yes, I agree. All right, well, let's shift gears for a second here. Richard, I'd like to ask you, what do we know about the Phoenix Lights, on March 13th and subsequent nights? And also, there was a UPN show I'm sure everybody's pretty familiar with, where they put forth some kind of a hologram theory. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Hologram.
Total baloney, okay?
Yeah, all right. But his first question, we don't have a lot of time, Richard.
Yep.
We are down line from the Phoenix Lights a long way now. What do we know?
Well, we know that something physical appeared to tens of thousands of people. Linda's had a lot of interviews. I've talked at great length with Delatoso and Mike Tanner and other folks. We know they were not flares, all right? We now have an astronomer who was the former he was kind of my equivalent at CNN, who went to Phoenix, conducted his own investigation, and has come to an independent conclusion of any of us that, in fact, there was something real physical in the skies over Phoenix. And it was obviously operating on some kind of physics that is not currently known. Now, was it ours or was it theirs? There is evidence in both directions. And one of the things I'm going to present at the dinner on Monday night the 20th is evidence that Washington was in the loop, and there was a lot of phone calls and a lot of reaction to whatever took place over Phoenix. We have had a number of people over the years, Art, breaking cover and kind of revealing things that they probably shouldn't.
Right.
One of the models is that this is ours. And some guys decided, because this physics is so critical to our long-term well-being, to make a demonstration so that it would be undeniable that somebody has control of this technology and that it should be brought out in the openness, and that people like Barwood would be, very effective in bringing it out.
So you theorize it may have been some kind of demonstration. All right, listen, we're out of time. The appearance in Phoenix on the 20th, is there a phone number?
There sure is.
What is it?
On tickets, it's 602-704-1040. 602-704-1040 for the Barwood fundraising dinner.
All right, my friend. As usual, it's not really goodbye, but until next time.
Or, as they say in Paris, au revoir.
They do say that. Richard, thank you.
Thanks, Art.
Good night, my friend. All right, that's Richard C. Hoagland, folks, and we will be back tomorrow evening. Got a very interesting show planned for you on Soviet defectors. You're not going to want to miss it. From the high desert, good night.
Many divorced fathers